Hello everyone and welcome to Time Capsule here on the Games Done Quick Hotfix, the show where we travel back in time to your favorite years in gaming and speedrun our way through popular or influential games released in a particular year. I am your host, Smooth Operative. Tonight we are traveling back to our earliest year featured on the show, that being 1995 with the cult classic game Chrono Trigger. But of course, before we get to the game, let's cover a few announcements. First of all, if you are watching this on YouTube from the future and would like to support our live content, please consider checking out our Twitch channel at twitch.tv/GDQ. If you have an Amazon Prime account, you can subscribe to any Twitch channel of your choice every month for free, so please consider using your Prime Gaming account to subscribe to the GDQ Twitch channel. This Sunday, we also have an Ape Escape exhibition race at 10 p.m. Eastern, so make sure you tune in for that. But for now, please let me introduce to you tonight's speedrunner for Chrono Trigger, that is Halation. Hi Halation, would you like to introduce yourself and commentary?
Hi everyone, my name is Halation. I'm joined by Elmegas here for comms.
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
So, many people are familiar with Chrono Trigger, but you're probably seeing the category and wondering, what the heck is save corruption? In short, it's basically resetting the console to interrupt the saving process and only partially saving the game. And why would we want to do that? Well, lets us do some crazy glitches you won't find in other categories. I'll explain what that means a little later, but first a little bit of background. Save corruption for Chrono Trigger in general has been known about since about 2009 or 10, but was only utilized in TASes. And the reason for that is the window for performing the required save or interrupt is extremely small, about 30 times harder than a frame-perfect trick. And the trigger for us deciding to pursue it was RPG Limit Break 2019, when a few of us were in our hotel room sitting around trying to get it to work, and after a while a runner by the name of SNES Warrior eventually got the first step of it, causing the save file to appear deleted, which is really important for it. Then over the next few months, Japanese runner Ban, Japanese tasser Nyako or Kyoto Saga UOA, along with some help from me and Red Slash, worked out how to use these save interruptions to duplicate helms for RTA using an old 2010 task by a guy named Enichi. Now, I'm not going to be doing the setup during this run because no one wants to sit around for 1 to 2 hours watching me reset the console every few seconds, but I will quickly demonstrate the helm dupes.
Yeah, please
and
do.
One thing to note real quick, the run is on a Japanese cart due to setup reasons, although it can be done on the US version. We don't really have a route for it, and it would probably be slower anyway. So, what you want to do is go in here, buy 19 tonics and 1 heal, and 2 bronze helms, and then exit to the world map. And then we equip this, so we have 2 helms. We bring those to the bottom, and save over all the saves. And saving in this game works in a very predictable way. It saves over the course of 2 frames. Some stuff, the items, which is right here, and then some more stuff at the end. And we're interested in the items, obviously. The inventory is also split up into 2 parts. First, it saves the item names, so tonic, heal, left to right, top to bottom in this order, and then it wraps around to the top and saves the quantities. What we want to do is save the game, swap these items, and we use this window color just so we save what we know about this. It gives us a little bit of info whenever we save. And essentially what it boils down to, because of how small the window is, you just press A right here to save it and reset the console at the same time. And I'll do it like twice just to see if it happens. It's probably not gonna work, but I'll just see.
We gotta test this for science.
Yeah, just test it twice. That's not good. Like I said, it'll show a deleted save if it worked, and even if it does get a deleted save, it probably isn't right. Oh, I did get one that time. And now what I want to do is press down and A on the same frame to load this deleted save that's corrupted. And the blue background tells me that it did not work. It was a little bit too late. So that's basically the idea of it. And now we'll switch over to my other cart. To show you what'll happen and where it'll lead at the end. So basically you do that a bunch of times and duplicate helms until you get all of these helms, and that's 98 slots worth of helms. And the reason that you're doing this is so that this overflows, this equip screen overflows, and lets us do some crazy stuff. And you'll see what crazy stuff we do once we start in just a minute. Is there anything else I wanted to say? I think that's it.
So many helps. Whenever you're ready to start the timer, we got you on it.
So, without further ado, let's get into the fun part. You ready?
Oh yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Thank you. Right away, I'm going and buying some more items. 3 of these, whatever they're called in English. And then this happens. This is not normal behavior of the game, as you might imagine. And I'm gonna equip this tomorrow, move these items to the bottom just for inventory purposes. And then I'm gonna do that glitch scroll again. And the reason that I can do this is obviously because I overflowed the equip screen. And now I'm Marl. I'm not Chrono anymore. And that allows us to skip past getting Marl, skips past these guys right here that would be there, and lets us do another skip that's coming up in just a moment. But Megas, can you explain fade out glitch really quick?
Yeah, so in this game, whenever you enter a screen transition, it starts slowly fading out, and then you will get the screen transition to actually happen. What you can do, though, is quite simple, actually. You can pretty much extend these screen transitions to wherever you want them to be, meaning you can start them. If you open the menu, they will redo them once you close the menu, but you can still move while they're happening. So you can pretty much, what you can do is like start these fade outs and run into certain cutscene triggers or bosses, and they will happen, but then after that you'll get put back, even though you shouldn't be put back. And you can skip a bunch of stuff with this, and sometimes cutscenes, sometimes bosses, like I said. There's many applications for that, including also getting a glitch to happen where you can save the game anywhere you want. So,
which I will not be doing in this run. There is no reason to use save anywhere in this run, actually.
Yeah. I figured as much, but.
But we won't be using fade out as much as other categories, but it is important for a few things. Mostly just to save time, to be honest, because we could skip things in a different way, a lot of ways in this version, but fade out's often just much faster. And you might have noticed that I had 2 Marls in there, and the reason that we faded out there was so that I didn't get soft locked there from not having Chrono in my party. And you'll also notice that I can move around here when I normally wouldn't be able to because I'm not Chrono. So I'm gonna line up right here and wait until a specific point and press up and A at the same time to close a text box to set up positioning right here. Pause buffer. And if the music continues, yep, it did. That means oh, never mind. Well, I guess I did it a little late, so I'll have to reset and try that again.
No worries there.
That might happen more often.
Yeah.
And trying again. Don't worry about
there
it.
is a lot of that in this run. So I have to do that again. But it's pretty quick, only a couple minutes. And I'll do it a little bit faster this time.
Yeah, it's a bit complicated to like get everything across, especially since we're playing on the Japanese version. That doesn't really help it, but like Halation said in the introduction, it's just plain, the setups are there, and it's just probably just plain faster to do it on this version.
Yeah, there is also, there are an exorbitant amount of ways that I can softlock the game in this this category, because not having the right party members and not having enough party members, etc., being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Oops, I just summoned the wrong person. I summoned no one. It often leads to really glitchy situations. And you'll see that very quickly, even after this. The beginning of the run is the most dense when it comes to the amount of time saved from these glitches. Which is weird, because there are some really big skips later on, but being able to skip an entire time period is pretty big. And that's what we're trying to do right now. That's what I would have done if I'd actually successfully completed that. But I was just a tiny bit late. I think it's not super hard, but it's a little bit awkward timing the portal close to pause buffer it. But I think, if memory serves, I think it's about 3 frames. And more cutscene. Oh yeah, so the ways that we actually use that glitch scrolling that I showed off at the start of it is 1, to summon these characters like I did, 2, to create items from thin air that we can use to create like key items to skip certain parts of the game and create late game weapons that we wouldn't normally be able to use to be very powerful and kill bosses much quicker. And also to summon glitched party members that we can use to do a couple glitches. I'm not going to explain what they do, but slide glitching is one of them. You'll see what that does a little bit. Thanks again. There we go. So what that did is it assumed that it updated the story trigger right at the last second, and I exited the room, and it assumes that if I enter this room again, well, I must have gone through the whole of 600 AD and killed Yakur and everything. But I didn't. But it thinks I did, so I just skipped that entire segment. And now we're on to the prison sequence. And it's a little bit glitchy. The music keeps playing even though it's not supposed to.
I think everyone could be okay with that.
Yeah, it's good music. But it's kind of weird. Depending on the options that you have set, it'll either keep this music playing, swap back to the Millennial Fair music, or even just cut out the music entirely for some reason. I don't even know why, but
So it's random?
eventually. No, it's based on the option menu.
Oh, okay, I see.
So it'll do this every time the way I have my options set up.
Nice.
But I don't know why. There are other things that are based on the options that'll happen very soon. And I guess I can explain it really quick while we're doing this little cutscene. We're gonna be creating a bunch of items, like I said. And the items ID code is based on the option menu, which options you set. So you can set certain options to get an ID of an item that you want. And Bon was it Bon? I think it might have been Nyako that figured out the item ID situation where which options affect what item ID. And you'll notice that Chrono's not here, because we're not Chrono. And since we're not Chrono, we can open our menu right here. So we're not gonna go to the prison right now. We're gonna summon Luca. And just walk out again. And the music stays again. And the reason I summon Luca right here is, again, it'll be a recurring theme. It's to avoid a soft lock. The reason I have certain party members in certain places and the reason why I skip certain things is mostly because soft locks. And I'm gonna make a save right here, because it can soft lock coming up, just because.
The most important question, though, is there a future skip?
Unfortunately, nope. I couldn't figure out a future skip. I got really close. Unfortunately, even if you just leave right now and you go to like try to enter the other portal, because you can right now, and I'll show you why in just a second. You could enter that, but it would just bring you to 600 AD and nothing would be set up for the story triggers. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm gonna position really particularly, and I'm gonna summon that party member that I summoned earlier accidentally. First, I'm gonna get rid of this gold helm that apparated in my menu. This glitched chrono that doesn't exist, and then I'm gonna swap parties in a way that causes Marl to slide forward and skip past this guard. And then I'm gonna switch these, because this will let me... This item position lets me switch between creating items and creating characters. So I just created the byte key with that, and now I'm gonna go through this setting menu to get all the settings that I need to create all the items for the rest of the run. Mostly weapons, like I just created the rainbow for Chrono. Mono BF7, controls off. Weapon for Magus. And stereo BS3. Tips on, menu memory on. Chrono clone. Controls. BS4, mono. And then prism specs for all the party members. Make sure that's right. Yep. And then I have to actually swap back over to the options menu, or it'll mysteriously change all my options if I do it again in a row without going to the options menu. And then I'll just, after I've created all the items, set up my options the way I want them, swap these back so I can summon characters, and then I'm gonna summon Magus just because his item ID is right at the top, and walk up to here. And the reason I'm going up to the castle again is not so that I can do the prison or anything, it's because later in the game, during the Green Dream quest, Luca will be mysteriously just sitting in a corner, so I have to come in here, and she won't be able to move. So I have to come in here and grab a trigger next to the dragon tank, or it'll soft lock there too. And this positioning that I just grabbed was grabbing a coordinate so that I can warp back to the dragon tank. And this is completely normal. Don't mind that. Very normal. Don't worry about that.
To me.
This trigger right here that I just touched is the trigger that I need to avoid that soft lock. And now, since I grabbed that coordinate, I'm gonna swap those parties and go back into this. And now I can summon the party that I need for the future, which is Magus. And then I need to make sure that I summon Chrono second because he is unable to be moved from his slot that he's in. And his item ID is 0, so it has to be a blank slot. And this trigger right here is important not to trigger too, because that'll soft lock without Luca in the party. Lots of soft locks. And now I can just head back to exit to future. Now Magus, should I try Johnny Skip?
Always go for it.
I'm probably not going to. The reason being, I haven't practiced it, and it actually loses like 4 seconds. It's not worth it. It's Swagstra, and it's like, there's one frame perfect trick in it, and also some movement that's extremely difficult that I will almost certainly mess up. I could try it one time, but it'll lose me like...
Yeah.
I'll do it.
Whatever
Screw
you're
it.
feeling.
Screw it.
We're, you know...
I literally haven't even practiced it at all, but I'm gonna do it. Because Mega said yes.
Because YOLO.
So I'm gonna safety save right outside.
Yeah, that would be a good idea.
Then... For this, I'm going to summon that glitched party member again. That has no sprite. Hopefully that is far enough up. Gonna warp. Oop. Well, that just messed it up. Let's try that again. I accidentally opened the menu. If you open the menu when you have a stored coordinate, it actually resets that coordinate, and you have to go grab it again. I accidentally opened the menu before going into the lab 16, which cleared that out. I'll try this anyway. Do a warp right at the start. Go up here, and then I'm gonna do this. Ah, that's not good. Yep, I messed it up.
You know what, though? That's okay, because, you know, we gotta appreciate it. You went for it, and that's pretty cool.
That's not even the hard part, it's just that I forgot the order of operations, and I haven't done it in, like, at least 4 months.
That's fair, that's fair.
Interesting thing about those rats is that if you trigger them and then you walk over a fight trigger, it actually overrides the fight trigger and you can just walk past it without it triggering. Very useful in all categories. And it's not even considered a glitch, so you can use it in glitchless.
Oh, nice.
Now, since I didn't... You notice I didn't go past, or I didn't go inside Arisdome, where you would normally go and fight the Guardian and get the bike key, so that you could go over here. I created the bike key, you know, just cause I can do that. So I just skipped Arisdome completely. You would normally skip Guardian, but that's a lot slower than just skipping the entire dome. And now everyone's favorite Johnny. Time to focus for the race.
Oh my god, this is serious.
And I already messed up twice.
It
doesn't actually
that.
It doesn't actually matter too much bumping him in the front. It saves... Do you know how much it saves, Magus? If you do a perfect race?
Upwards to 6 seconds.
6 seconds? That's
like
actually quite a bit.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's compared to like being behind all the way though.
Oh,
so, like,
okay. Yeah, it's not too big a deal, but there's a couple people that have done perfect runs, or perfect races in a run, but it's not really important. Now we're going to the factory without getting Robo, and I'm gonna equip the items that I need for these guys for later. Oops, he needs that, not the bandana. And you'll notice that I just equipped a weapon in the helm slot of Chrono. Why would I want to do that? Can you guess why I would want to do that, Magus?
Because he's twice as strong now.
Well, actually, kind of. There are really weird interactions with equipping a overflowed helm slot with a weapon. The one that's important this time is the flint edge that I just equipped to Chrono. And the weird effect that it does, I'm gonna do a little safety save inside now that I have that. The weird thing that happens with the flint edge is it gives the party member basically max speed without having a high speed stat. So speed tabs don't matter in this run at all. And it also gives extremely high magic resistance, like way more than just doing unequipped glitches that you would do in other categories. To where magic damage for most of the run will be in the single digits. And that's quite nice. I'm just doing some slide glitches like I did earlier to get past these bars. And that's why I don't need Robo. And just summoning Marl on the other side just because she's the fastest other than Magus to summon. Doesn't really matter which one it is. I can just hold start and hold L to scroll all the way to the bottom to the wood sword, which is the item ID that corresponds to Marl, which summons her. And it's kind of funny that you can just walk up to the edge of those laser doors, and it triggers this cutscene so that you don't have to slide glitch again past it. But I do have to slide glitch past this one right here. Get used to this screen because you're gonna see it a lot. Actually, I think I went down one too far. Let's try this again, just to make sure. Don't mess up my menu. There we go. And I'm scrolling down exactly 24 slots every time. And the reason that I can know that I'm at 24 so quickly without actually counting is that there's a little, like, there's a portrait that, like, goes a little epileptic for a second every time you pass it. And the one after that is the 24th slot, which is the one that I need to do all the glitches that I use on that screen. I don't know why it's exactly the 24th. You'd have to ask one of the taster that helped with that. But it's pretty handy. You'll notice that I'm not Chrono right here, so I can just walk past these guys. Doesn't really matter. I can do off-screen shenanigans by making him off-screen to skip text and whatnot. That's not the reason I'm back here. It's just to speed up a little bit. The reason that I'm back here is because I didn't trigger a little... The button that opens all the laser doors in this place makes all of the enemies in this area despawn. I didn't do that, so the enemies are still here. And there's one just below me right here. And I'm gonna wait till right then, trigger it, and run away. And now that half of the fight is skipped. And the timing is very important. Silhouettes, nice. The timing is very important on this. It's very precise, and if you get the timing off even just a little bit, you'll be stuck and it'll be a soft lock in. Now I need another quick lineup. Press A and left at the same time. Hopefully it worked. That looks good. If regular battle music shows up for this next slime fight that pops up, then we're good. And we're good. And now I'm able to move and just leave, and the story trigger updated already, so I can just leave and go over to Robo and exit to the end of time. And that's our series skip.
Nice. How much time do you think that saves about?
So it doesn't actually, that movement that I just did doesn't really save that much time. It's the fact that I have only 2 party members that makes me have to do that.
Ah, okay, I gotcha.
Otherwise, I would have to go, oop. Wrong party member, that's fine. Doesn't take too much time to summon someone off of this. Because I don't have to scroll if I have the glitched party member in. Otherwise, if I had 3 party members, I would be able to just fight the boss and just one-shot it with Magus.
Oh, okay.
by using an AoE spell to just kill them instantly. But since I only had 2 party members, it would not let me actually go into the cutscene leading into what is it? Bringing Robo back over to here to go into the end of time. So it's basically just a soft lock prevention thing.
Okay.
But it also is fairly fast. It's probably comparable.
I guess I'm just trying to figure out some of the differences between something like this category and the other category that you run as well.
Yeah, the other categories are pretty unrecognizable to this one.
Yeah, it seems like it.
If anyone's counting in the chat right now, let me know. I don't actually have the chat up right now, but let us know how many fights that we've actually fought so far. I do know the count. If anyone knows, let me know.
I'll let you know if we have any guesses.
Once we're out of the end of time, I'll tell you. This is just a little cutscene type stuff right here. Nothing too important. We're getting magic, but that's not important for any of these characters except for Chrono. I won't be using Marl or Luca through this entire run, actually. I'll be only using Chrono, Magus, and Ayla for actual fighting. Think magic. Little funny thing about this room is that you don't actually have to go around the walls. There are just 4 or 5 triggers in the corners of the room and at the door that you have to hit in succession in order to get magic.
Is he
And
like
there's no
a
way to
little?
skip this.
Is he like a little frog or?
He is a little frog, and for most people playing casually probably didn't see the little frog. It would be, I think, a Kilwalla.
Oh, okay.
That shows up, and that's because the lower level you are, the lower as you level up, the forms of his changes, and it's at a very low level that he shows up as a frog.
So it's like rare frog sighting over here.
Yeah, except for in speedruns. Always that.
I would say
In
that
fact-
most of the guesses have been under 10, by the way.
Yeah, it's way under 10. It's literally 1.
There you go, everybody. Only one.
That's your answer.
Now it's 2 down.
Now it's 2. Yeah, this fight is unrunnable, and I can't skip it because you're automatically put into this fight as soon as you walk into the room. And now we're gonna do some more slide shenanigans that are a little bit more precise. A little bit more difficult. So we're gonna go in here again. This glitch scroll is gonna be very prolific. This little thing was what I was talking about, the epilepsy one. And then summon the glitch party member. Swap these. And when Luca's over there, I swap in a very particular way to swap to where I'm actually controlling her. Wait for her to move. Swap Luca again. Get her into position. Hopefully that didn't soft lock right there. Okay, we're good. And now we're at Heckran's door. And again, I am going to save all the time, whenever I have a chance. I'm going to do a different version of Heckran Skip that probably no one's seen. It may or may not work. It is sort of RNG, timing based on frames. It did not work. So I'm just going to... That's basically the whole thing, but it's just getting that or not getting it. So I'm just going to do the regular Heckran Skip that's about as fast, but it's much easier because most runners are very used to it. that may or may not have worked. It did work. Now I need to make sure I have 3 party members in here or it'll soft lock, as always. And that's that grand skip. Basically what would have happened if I used the other slide version, I would have just walked up a little bit sooner and not had to do the saving and resetting. So I did use a save anywhere. I was wrong.
Still, well done.
But I decided just to show both versions of it, just because.
Yeah, the peculiar thing about this skip actually is that you do have to walk into Hakron, like walk into, talk to him, and then start the fight, just so the story triggers actually are set for you to continue. Otherwise, if you don't run into Hakron and just skip him, like just run past him, you will not be able to continue the story.
Yeah, the bridge at Xenon will just be still not constructed, and you won't be able to pass. I've actually experimented with trying to skip that bridge without having done that, and you can warp over to the end of it. The problem is, before the story trigger is updated, you're not able to move in that area. So doing door transitions requires your character to move in most cases. Otherwise, it'll just sit there and you won't do anything. Thing to note, we haven't been to 600 AD yet until just now, so these blue imps are still here. We haven't killed them yet. And they are unrunnable, so I'm just gonna do an Ice 2 to kill them all instantly.
Yeah, Magus starts out with all tier 2 spells, and Ice 2 is just playing the fastest.
Yep.
So I'm guessing you're going to use it a little bit if you have to fight something random.
Yeah, for the most part, Ice 2 is what I'm going to use for the entire run, but there are some enemies that aren't killable with one Ice 2 that I will use like lightning or fire in that case, but they are much slower animations. Right here, I'm gonna grab another coordinate right here that Luca was at, just by summoning that glitch party member. And I'm gonna use that coordinate for a very interesting skip. You're normally able to skip this boss, but I'm gonna skip it much, much faster. There's the bridge, bye. Now we're at Denadoro. And we're gonna keep that party member in the party because we can continue to use that for more warps in Denadoro, which are very, very quick. A little bit of focus here. I wait just a couple seconds right there because Luca is moving during that. And clip through that terrain a little bit. Grab another coordinate by just opening and closing the menu right there. Warp yet another time. Grab a third coordinate. And then warp to the very top. And now I need to do some menuing, and I don't have it memorized, so I need to find this in my thing. Alright. I need to summon. Magus. Oh, I need to put this 5 down here at the bottom so that I can summon Ayla. That should be Kurenai no Tsurugi. And then Chrono for last. And now I'm at the top, right at Masamune. And then I'm gonna do some menuing just to equip some items. Let's see, Ayla. Oh, I need to swap these also again, so I can get the flint edge. That, and what am I doing? Ah, I did that in the wrong order. That's fine. It should be fine, at least. might not be fine. Can I do this? I'll just do it after the fight. I don't want to reload again just for that. The reason that I kind of messed up a little bit is I'm supposed to order of operations, equip the flint edge helm thing to both Magus and Ayla. I'm supposed to do Magus first and then scroll and get rid of items in the party by equipping 2 blank characters that are in that endless scroll thing, just to get rid of them so that the setups actually work properly. The only thing that's going to be weird here is that Magus is going to be slow. It doesn't really matter other than that, because Masa and Mune are so weak that it doesn't really matter. Obviously, people probably are seeing this and thinking, who would want to play a run where you just like one-shot all the bosses? Well, the run's really not about the bosses until the very end. The bosses do get interesting around the end, because while in the beginning they're very, very weak, at the end you're so underleveled from skipping so many enemies that actually it's much harder than you're much weaker than you would be in other categories, except for the magic immunity, basically. But the physical damage that bosses do in late game is very scary, even in this category. Particularly lava spawn later.
I think it's kind of cool skipping so many fights because, you know, you get a chance to see the game, like, you know, without actually having to worry about things like leveling up for bosses.
Yeah. It's the crazy skips that are interesting about this, not the early bosses.
Yeah, and then, you know, you think back to, like, I don't know how much time this game took you to complete, you know, maybe when you were younger, Halation, but I'm sure it's kind of satisfying going through the game at this speed.
Yeah. Even just speedrunning it in general is pretty interesting. If you speedrun a game that you've done, that you played as a kid, it is kind of satisfying being able to get so much more entertainment out of a speedrun than you would have if you had just played it casually all your life, because it's so much more replayable when you speedrun.
Oh, definitely. And then you can say, oh man, I had so much trouble with this, and now take that. Easy.
Yeah. So for anyone who doesn't speedrun, who is interested in it, don't think that it'll ruin the game for you just because you play it all the time. If anything, it'll make it better.
I would agree with that sentiment, especially because it's like, you know, if you already like the game, you know, I think you will probably enjoy the speedrun. Like, I don't know about it actually ruining the whole game for you.
This is what I wanted to do before, get rid of this bandana right here.
Oh, sure.
And now I can probably, I can get that onto Magus. And now everyone has their proper helms and everything, and I can sell this death helm so that nothing messes up my setups. And then I need to buy a bunch of items here just for safety. And you'll notice that I have a ridiculous amount of money, and that is just a result of the setup from duplicating helms. At one point you buy one, I think it's the silver sword. I don't know what it's called in the English version off the top of my head. Load sword, that's what it is. Which is worth a lot of money, and you duplicate 98 of them, and you sell off 97 of them, and it gives you a ridiculous amount of money. So you're basically set for the rest of the run. That's just a side effect of the dupes. Also, a side effect of having none of the important party members in the party right now is that there's no text on that cutscene from getting the hilt. Very useful.
I guess speaking of the text, I have to ask, it is probably faster to run this in Japanese version than, say, English version.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Japanese text, I think, saves about in the regular speedrun in any percent, I believe it saves about a minute by
Okay.
Magus.
That's pretty considerable.
So over the course of, especially glitchless, I haven't tested this. I've never really run glitchless on. I accidentally attacked instead of doing a menu trick. I haven't really run glitchless on Japanese version, but I imagine it would save upwards of like 3 minutes in glitchless, which is about a 5.5 hour run anyway. But still, that's considerable.
I think so, yeah. Have someone in the chat asking what your favorite Chrono Trigger song is.
My favorite song, well, I have like 3 really good songs. Corridors of Time is one of them. Shala's theme, and also Black Omen. I'd say between those 3, probably Black Omen though. But we won't get to that until way later in the run. Save. Doing another fade out glitch right here, and this one is just in all the categories except for glitchless. Just to, I don't actually know if I got that. Just to skip some dialogue from Melchior. Yeah, I think I already got it the first time. Yep, we're good. And now we're gonna head to 65 million BC. The beginning of it isn't too skip heavy. I am going to quickly summon a couple characters so that I don't have Chrono in the party. And I'm gonna abuse the fact that using this glitch party member makes you not have to scroll each time to summon Luca and Marl. And then I want to put Magus in front. And this is just to make the fastest dialogue for meeting Ayla, and also having Magus in the party so that he can just AoE all the Reptites right here. And I can just mash out Ice 2, because Magus is much, much faster than Luca and Marl. I can always be assured that he'll be the first up. Especially since we have the Flint Edge equipped on his helm slot. Makes him maximum speed. And by the way, if anyone is curious, the RNG of the game does affect which party members will be up when, and it even affects the speed at which the ATB bars fill to a certain degree. So even when everyone's at max speed, it's not gonna always hit the top at the same time. And the RNG manipulation of this game is used in this category, but I don't think I'm on it right now, and yeah, I'm definitely not on it because I dropped it for Masamune. But it's not really important this early in the run because, like you can see, I can just one-shot all the enemies, and I don't take particularly that much damage, especially from magic damage. I'll go ahead and do this kind of unnecessary skip, but it saves like a second if I do it properly. And that's to skip these kill wallas right here. It only saves a little bit of time because I have to scroll like this. But I do have to summon someone at some point anyway, so it doesn't lose that much time. And then I need to summon, not over Marl, or not over Luca, over Marl. I need to summon Robo, because he is the fastest for the soup cutscene, and then summon Chrono so that the soup cutscene doesn't soft lock. There are actually a surprising amount of cutscenes that don't soft lock with Chrono not in the party. One of them being the one that you just saw up at the top of the mountain with meeting Ayla, which is kind of lucky for certain places. It makes it to where you can have Magus in the party to kill enemies much faster when you would normally have to have Chrono. If anyone's familiar with New Game Plus for Final Fantasy VI, it might be a little bit reminiscent of that run. This one might be a little reminiscent of that run. When I learned about that New Game Plus, I was like, wow, that's actually quite similar with all the warps and stuff. Because I had already been working on this.
Do you think it's something that you would consider speedrunning in the future?
We'll see. I haven't really been looking forward to speedrunning in general lately, but we'll see.
Aw, well, I guess that being said, we do appreciate you being on the show today, Elation.
I do enjoy marathons and settings like this, though.
Yeah, comfy setting.
Yeah. I mash unnecessarily hard for this cutscene. You don't actually need to mash as fast as possible for this. It doesn't speed anything up. You just have to beat Ayla. It's the same speed no matter what. But I do it anyway.
Oh, go ahead.
There is a skip coming up that I accidentally found out by wiggling on the door at Ayla to skip Ayla entirely. That is only useful in this category, but it can be done in other categories.
The door
and this is how you do it. Go up 2 pixels. Do that. That was actually very fast. That probably saved about 4 seconds in this category.
Nice.
Just because it skips all of the dialogue from talking to her and waking her up, and I have to do this anyway to summon all the characters anyway. So I would have had to scroll like that anyway, and that's the only reason that it might have been slower otherwise. Oh, let me make sure this warp goes through all the way. Now I'm gonna summon my party for the Reptite layer, which is going to be, as you might expect, the same party that I've been using for all the bosses. Where is it? Which is Chrono, Magus, Ayla. And that warp just skips past walking around that entire forest mage, which is quite slow. It's a pretty big place where you have to normally walk very precisely around a bunch of enemy triggers. There's no enemies that you have to fight in there, but it can be a little slow. Ooh, shouldn't have used Ayla for that. I used Magus. Extra attacks that don't matter. I didn't really safety save here because there is pretty much no reason to. This area is pretty negligible in terms of danger. Nizbel, even on any percent, does very minimal damage as long as you don't get hit by any of the physical attacks, which is pretty easy. Even if you're not on RNG minute, he does very little damage and you're not in any danger of dying. And it takes it even a step further with the Flint Edge Helm that I have on these party members right now. Oof. So Magus, any questions so far?
Not from me. Pretty good explanations.
I had a question. So, Halation, you have been saying Magus in the game, and I'm like, wait, is he talking to Magus here in chat?
I'm talking about Magus in the game most of the time, but
yeah. So I guess I had a question for Magus. Is your username kind of based on that, or what's the story there?
Yeah, it's based on this character, exactly.
Cool. So this is a game that you've probably played a lot of as well.
Once or twice, maybe 3 times.
Okay, it's a few. And I guess, Alicia, I kind of am wondering, like, so I know you said you played this game a lot growing up. Why did you decide to ultimately speedrun this game?
Oh yeah, the first time I was thinking about it was actually after SGDQ 2018. I had been thinking about just speedrunning in general. I didn't know which game I was going to run at the time, but then I remember thinking back on the previous year, and about to lose a lot of time just from extra inputs.
Sorry to catch you. I never know when is a good time to ask questions.
I mean, we're in no danger. It's just losing a little bit of time.
Okay.
But I was thinking back to the previous year, 2017, when Quexel ran, I think it was any % no LSS that year, and I thought I was thinking either Earthbound or Chrono Trigger, and once I decided on Chrono Trigger, I decided on any % no LSS because that's the one that I had seen the previous year. So that was pretty much the first time that I speedran in general, and it was this game in that category.
Nice. Yeah.
And by the way,
oh, go ahead.
This category, I'm the only person to ever run this exact category. There's at least one. I think there's another person also that ran it a little bit. The any % version of Save Corruption. Ban ran that one a little bit, and I think one other Japanese person. And I just soft locked apparently. Interesting. Huh.
I mean,
how far back am I?
With the
That's happened at some
Oh no.
Yeah. Oh, no.
That's far back. Well, interesting. Anyway, time to talk about some more stuff.
I don't need to safety save for this place. Why would I?
Yeah, I know what happened too. I needed Ayla in the second slot, not the third slot.
Gosh, I honestly don't know how you can remember all of this stuff, like the menu.
I do have notes like to the side of me right now, so. But even then, it's a lot. Remembering those little things. Oop. Trying to keep Vegas.
It happens. I guess this would be a good time for me to thank everybody for watching and say that your subs, gift subs, Amazon Prime subs, and bits cheered here on the GDQ channel do help support our weekly hotfix content. So thank you so much for supporting our live shows. Information on all of our hotfix shows is available at gamesdonequick.com/hotfix. So from there you can find out more information about submitting your runs to any of our weekly shows.
Yep, this is why I should have safety saved every chance I get. Because I know I should have safety saved there.
It happens.
But I forgot the likelihood of that happening. I forgot about that specific way that it would soft lock.
Yeah. And in general, if you speedrun this game, you are used to pretty much not saving at all. Like, I mean, this category obviously is a bit of a different approach, but in the other category, you try to save as few times as possible.
Most runners in the main category, like top 10 runs probably don't have safety saves in there at all.
I mean, and you get used to it probably, so, you know, it's understandable that, you know, you might forget one here or there, so don't even sweat it.
And that run is a lot more optimized than this one is too.
Well, you know, you mentioned that it's you and maybe possibly one other runner for this category, so I wouldn't beat yourself up too badly.
I was trying to say that the any % category is the one that me and 1 or 2 other people have run.
Okay.
I'm the only one that's ran the 100% version, and I routed the entire thing because no one else wanted to.
No one else wanted to take on this behemoth.
Yeah, it was a little bit rough. I did get a little bit of help from just learning the general way the glitches work. by that Japanese tasser that I had been talking about earlier.
Yeah.
But the actual route itself was almost entirely me. The biggest thing that Nyako helped with was he routed the entirety of Denodoro Mountain. That was very useful. Shoutouts to him.
How long would you say that this run kind of took to come together in terms of the strats and everything and putting the whole thing start to finish together?
So it was September. The first run of it, or the first attempts at learning it was, what am I trying to do? Let me figure this out first.
Sure.
I need to summon the right party members. Wait. Oh, Robo. And then Chrono. Alright. What was I saying? I was saying... Oh, it was September that we initially started working on the routing for any percent. September of 2019. And I'd say the first full run of any percent was like 2 months afterwards.
Okay.
And then I kind of figured it was pretty boring because what it was just the 1 to 2 hours of duplicating helms, like I said before, and then into about 20 minutes of an actual run, because what you do is you go through all those skips that I did at the beginning, and then once you hit end of time, you just go straight to Lavos and kill him instantly. So once you're at end of time, it's just skipping past the shell, going into the interior, elixir glitching the core, or elixir glitching the inner Lavos, and then elixir glitching the core, and that takes about 3 minutes.
Okay.
So...
It
So it's
seems like it came together relatively quickly from what you're saying.
That's for that category.
Yeah.
It took me many months to figure out all of the glitches that are now used in this category.
Yeah.
I did start to do runs pretty quickly, but it wasn't until like mid 2020 that I was actually able to get it down to where theoretically it could be faster than the non-save corruption 100%.
Oh, alright.
Because that's including the helm duplications. Before it was much more difficult to get all of the time save because a lot of the really big skips weren't found until much later. There were a lot of small ones that I found, but that was mostly optimizations and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I found a couple of really, really big skips in late game not too long ago that I'll be able to show off in this run.
Cool. I think it's pretty neat when a game, as old as Chrono Trigger can, you can still find things to glitch and skip. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah. Alright, I need Magus. I need Ayla. And I need Chrono.
Put them in the right spot.
Alright, I'm just gonna look at my notes just to be sure. Yep, for sure. That was the problem. And safety save.
Just in case.
Just in case it happens again. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the game just doesn't understand that Ayla is in the 3rd slot and just kind of doesn't have a failsafe for putting her in the right part of the cutscene at the very end there.
Yeah.
There are a few places. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
exactly what you're going to say. There's a lot of places where if the character that's supposed to be in a cutscene in a certain slot is not in that slot, that's the main cause of soft blocks pretty much
Yeah.
that you can run into.
And the only reason that I'm able to even move her out of that middle slot is because I did that Ayla skip at the beginning of this area. I ran out of the room without triggering her, so she's actually... Normally she would be locked into that second slot completely, but because I did that, when I summoned her back, it doesn't have that flag that states that she should be locked in that slot, so I can move her anywhere she wants. And that's actually very useful in a later spot, in 2 later spots actually, Tyranno Castle and Magus Castle, that I use. That sort of party member supposed to be locked but is not, to my advantage, to be able to do the warp glitches later. Alright, let's try this again. Ideally, I shouldn't get a zap at all, so it should be faster than last time anyway. Isabel should just sit there and take it for the whole fight. He did get an attack up, that's fine. Like we said before, Ice 2 is a much faster animation than all the other 2 attacks. So we use it whenever possible. I just use it twice here just to make sure that any crits that would happen don't really matter for the fight, so that I can still get a 1 cycle even if I don't get any crits. And that was very fast. I got really good crits there.
The game's trying to do something nice for you.
Yeah. Alright. Now, hopefully, Ayla should have some text here once she goes down a little bit and grabs the key. There we go. Alright. Now, a weird thing happens with the items. Since I have all these items in my inventory now, the menuing here, the top item right here would normally be a 0 on the number, but it's not. So I need to actually go down here and reorder these during this time so that I can actually do this to get that 0 so that I can get this infinite scroll again. Which, by the way, is not technically infinite, but I just call it that. It does end at some point. That. Oh, I'm actually gonna not do this normally. I'm gonna get this text just to show this glitchy text. It loses a bunch of time, but it's funny. Normally you'd be able to diagonal out of that door and skip the text entirely, but I wanted to do that really quick.
For sure.
Alright. And now, I actually have 4 party members, so I can keep this glitch chrono in my party without having them technically on the screen, screwing up all of the soft locks and stuff like that. And that's not going to be like that for a while, but after, I think it's after Tyranno Castle, I'll have it for pretty much the rest of the run, to where I won't have to glitch scroll too much, and it'll be a lot faster. Because scrolling down 24 slots every time you want to summon that character and do a warp or whatever takes up a lot of time. Now we're just kind of cleaning up a little bit of... What do I do here? Oh, right. Cleaning up a little bit of cutscenes to get to Magus Castle. Fade out into the basement and get rid of Robo. Oh, I'm gonna do this just to be safe. And you know what? I was feeling confident before Nisbel, but I think I'm gonna be safe and swap Robo into the party at the last second. so that I'm 100% sure that it doesn't soft lock. Normally, in a run, I would just leave it and just end this cutscene with him out of the party. But I'm gonna be safe. Because normally he'd just get automatically swapped in, and I'm pretty sure he would here too. But, you know. It's actually very nice how many cutscenes, I think I mentioned it already, it's nice how many cutscenes don't require Chrono to be in the party at all.
I think that's like super funny actually, because when you started the
Yeah.
run, people are like, wait, what? Where's Chrono?
Yeah.
I think that Chrono is just cosplaying all of these other characters and he's really there.
Yeah, that's what it is. I guess they just don't have very many flags to make sure that Chrono's in the party, because why would he not be in the party, right?
I know, it's like something you wouldn't expect.
There's no way runners are gonna be able to do that.
Little do they know.
Alright. Oh yeah, bird skip. I never really explained that. You want to explain bird skip?
I mean, yeah, normally it would seem like that fight is unskippable, but certain battle triggers, like this one in particular, like the bridge that you saw at the very top there, if you are in the right spot there and hold up, you can actually circumvent the trigger because the game doesn't actually push you into the battle trigger. It's very precise though. Cause of very many resets, because that's the first thing you pass when you have to keep manipulation in pretty much any other category other than this. And if you run into this battle, your RNG manipulation is gone. So, yeah.
Alright. Now, I'm gonna summon Chrono again, just so... This is one of the cutscenes that I do need Chrono to be in the party for. Oh, that's fine. Normally I'd have Luca as the third party member, but I forgot. Shouldn't matter though. But I have Magus in the second party, or second slot, for a very, very specific reason that'll become clear at the end of this cutscene. But for now, there's a big cutscene. The frog cutscenes that I still, even with this category, have not figured out how to skip.
So what you're saying is there's a bounty in it for someone that can figure it out.
I mean, yeah, you're welcome to try, but...
Would you say that the community is like pretty close for Chrono Trigger? Like, is it easy for newcomers to come in and ask questions?
We're very... Everyone in the Discord is very friendly. There's... Every once in a while people will pop in, but there's really... It's a pretty small community with... Everyone knows each other, and we're all friends.
That's really cool.
So if you are interested in running Chrono Trigger, probably not this category, but if you do, great. The other categories are much more beginner friendly. And if you do want to join, it's discord.me/Johnny, JOHNNY. And that'll be the place that you want to go to learn all of the stuff. And there's a wonderful any% no LSS tutorial by a guy called El Gran Jerry. It's one of the best tutorials I've ever seen for a speedrun for beginners. Very nice. And that's pretty much, other than some people just want to do glitchless because that's what they see Plexel doing all the time, so they just want to learn the one that they see him doing. And that's great. There's not really a tutorial for that, but there are notes, and you can follow his VODs for that. So that's pretty great.
Yeah, it sounds like there's a lot of resources, which is always nice to see.
Mm-hmm. There's like in-depth notes on what to do for glitchless, but there's not like a video tutorial for it.
I wonder, how long are your notes for this run? Just curious. Like, how many pages of notes do you have in front of you?
On my Google Doc, it is 42 pages.
Oh my goodness. Just letting y'all know. 42 pages.
I am currently on 11 of 42.
Oh, we got the time.
Alright, so now that that cutscene's over, we're gonna go into another cutscene, but first, you'll notice that Frog's not in the party because Magus is in there, and it doesn't know what to do with that, so it just... Uh-oh.
Oh no, what happened?
So I don't know. So normally, if this happened, and I had Luca in the party, it wouldn't be a soft lock, but it would lose like a couple minutes. Okay, it is Luca. So we're just gonna sit here because it would lose more time to reset right now. She's just gonna run across the screen a bunch of times, and eventually she'll group up with the party. So we're just gonna sit here for a little bit.
Just go for a little leisurely stroll around the map.
Yeah.
Oh
Anyway, so because Magus is in the second party slot, it doesn't automatically put Frog in that slot, which means we don't have to have him in the party for Magus Castle. And that's very useful, like I said, because if you have a party member that's locked, it makes it very difficult to do any of the glitches that I've been doing for the entire run, particularly the slide glitch to skip past enemies and stuff like that. But because we have that, we can put... I'm just gonna rescroll again, I think I did the wrong spot. Because we have Frog not in the party, we can actually put him in the first party slot by summoning Marl right here. And just putting him in the first slot. And I'm actually gonna put Ayla also here. Yeah, we'll go ahead and summon Ayla and then Frog again. Just to be safe. Doing things out of order. Ayla. Then Frog. There it is. And what this lets us do is, even being in the first party slot, it still goes through this cutscene and everything, and it doesn't soft lock or anything, hopefully, probably. And we can actually go through the entirety of Magus Castle, get rid of him before we enter, and go through the entirety of Magus Castle without him in the party at all. Similar thing with all the cutscenes that don't need Chrono. None of the cutscenes in Magus Castle need Frog to be in the party, and he'll still talk and everything, and you'll hear the sound cues of him like ribbiting, but he won't be there. And you don't need him for the confrontation with Magus either. Which will be interesting, having him in the party and fighting him at the same time.
Yeah, that does sound like quite the predicament.
A funny thing about the summoning is you can actually summon 3 of the same character in the same party, and weird things happen. Actually,
Oh god.
there's an even weirder thing that can happen that I'm thinking I should probably show off when we enter Magus Castle, since we're right here anyway. That involves one of those glitch party members being in the party when you initiate a fight and finishing that fight and what happens afterwards. No spoilers what happens, but something happens. The reason that it soft locks whenever you enter a fight with the glitched chrono that I've been using for the whole run is because whenever you end the fight, it forces you into your menu, and whenever you back out of it, it still continues to force you into it no matter what. And I haven't figured out a way to make it to where it's not forcing you into it, but oh well, you just have to skip past everything that you, and hope you don't trigger a fight accidentally.
Yeah.
Which there are a lot of opportunities to accidentally do that. It's interesting that every time this screen comes back up, Magus goes to where Frog is. So he's up at the mountain right now. And once it goes back up to here, he's right behind Frog. Look behind you, Frog. He's right there. And it kind of looks like he gets startled.
Oh, what? Where?
And that happens. Sliding. Because both of these characters are not supposed to be in this cutscene. Alright. There is a way to skip past these guys without having to go into the fight, but it's really difficult, and I'm not convinced that it actually saves time. I haven't timed it like frame by frame, but I don't think it saves time. So I just run away. It's much easier anyway. That's what you would do in any other category. Now we're gonna do a very similar skip that I did, or I tried to do for Heckran skip. Save first. And we're going to try to skip past, and this one's a lot easier than Heckran skip is, to skip past this initial trigger in front of the castle, where it scrolls up and gives a bunch of text. It's really, really slow. And for this, I can't use that other glitch party member anymore because it doesn't let me summon it. Hopefully I get it right. That looks good. Yep, all good. We're gonna get rid of Marl for this. Oh, right. Actually, we're not going to do that. We're gonna get rid of that party member because this one, I always forget whenever I do this, that while the other glitch party member allows you to circumvent having to do the scrolling and everything, this one that I have in my party right now doesn't let you do that. It's a weird thing that happens. I don't know why. There are a lot of background memory addresses going that I'm abusing that I don't fully understand, but I understand enough to actually do the run.
It's like one of those just works kind of things.
Kinda. I mean, I know there's much more to it, but that's just kind of what I understand.
Yeah, yeah.
You're not going crazy. There is no music in this room.
It's like
Very normal.
super serious section of the speedrun.
All right, now I'm gonna do a thing that... Ooh, actually, I guess that has to happen. Oh well. I'm gonna go safety save, so I have to go out of here because I wanted to show that crazy thing that I'm about to show at this first fight in the castle. And then I'm gonna reload and do it properly. So basically a glitch exhibition.
We like to see those.
So I'm gonna summon back that character that I just got rid of for a moment. Put it in, I don't think it really matters which slot it's in. Well, I guess probably should be in the third slot. I don't think it matters though. And some weird stuff happens even in the fight and also afterwards. Shows up and it's a very corrupted sprite. See if it'll attack first, and then I'll kill all the enemies. It's actually not going to be berserked. Usually it is. Does this, which is very interesting. But the really interesting thing happens once I actually kill all the enemies. And by the way, I don't think it really is that bad, but epilepsy warning, just in case. It is a little bit flashy.
Yeah, that's good. Just quick warning for y'all watching.
And I'll let you know when it stops.
Is this normal? Like
That's completely normal part of the game. And now the screen is white. I can still move around and everything. I can open the menu to stop it from being like that. But yeah, that's that glitch. So it's over. Epilepsy warning is over. So that's fun.
Yeah, you can open your eyes now, everyone.
And now we'll do the fight the right way, and then actually go through the castle. Oof. Oh. I dropped a whole 108 frames.
Should be okay.
Yeah. I just looked over for a second and noticed it was red. So, this first part of the castle is pretty boring in terms of this category compared to what all happens. Really, it's just going in and holding X on the boss and waiting for it to die. For the first two bosses in this castle. But then it gets pretty crazy with
like
a lot of skips.
I feel like the music and stuff is pretty like ominous and tense in this whole section.
Yeah. Where's Ayla? I hit this fake flea with Ayla so that she's the one that loses her MP. Because Magus is very important. Chronos isn't as important. I probably could have just hit it with him, but I like to keep him up just in case. Magus's MP is very important for the next fight with an AoE skeleton fight, where I can just use Ice 2 to kill them all. For Flea, I'm just gonna hold X. And there is a way to manipulate this fight into never attacking you, except for at the very beginning, just to set up the RNG. I won't be doing it in this run just because it's not worth the effort of resetting the game and having Frog for the fight. Because the only way to do it is with Frog at a certain speed. So we just hold X and wait for him to die.
What happens if you let go of X?
You don't attack.
You just don't attack, and then we're
Yeah.
just kind of hanging out.
Yeah, just a note. There is you can either go up to the attack option and press A twice to attack, or you can, if you have battle memory set in the options menu, you can hold X or just press X to automatically do that without actually setting the attack option, so you can stay set on tech while still attacking whenever you want. Very,
helpful.
very useful for all categories.
Nice.
Especially useful for RNG manipulation. Being able to consistently have the same pattern just by holding X is very useful. And pretty much the same thing for slash, hold X. Although...
Basically,
yeah.
also the strategy in all other categories.
Yeah. It is very possible for Chrono to die on this fight by getting spin cut. I'll just revive him if that happens. I haven't actually tested to see if that matters for the rest of the run. Oof. Excuse me. But just to be safe, I'll revive him if he does happen to die from a spin cut. The only reason it would possibly matter is if the tech points were a little bit low and I didn't get spin cut on Chrono at the proper time before Gigagaya. Alright, good. That should, it might not be, it should be the only spin cut that happens during this fight, unless we get really poor crits. So he should be safe, unless he gets countered. That should be death. Yep. Easy. As soon as he does that counter where he says, ha, and in the English version it's, wait, what is it? I haven't done the English version in so long. What does it make?
Yes, indeed.
Yes, indeed. There we go.
Sorry, what was it?
Yes, indeed.
Oh, yes, indeed.
A couple of bosses say that whenever they do a counter, or I guess Hecarim's isn't a counter. But yeah, a couple bosses say that for some reason. I don't know why that they translated ha into yes, indeed.
You can thank Ted Woolsey for everything.
All right. Now we're getting into the meat of the Magus Castle with a bunch of warps and slides and skips and whatnot. First one is a pretty long skip. We're gonna skip 3 of these fights completely and put in Marl. And as we walk down, we'll trigger the fight. This is at the very top of the room, and then we have to wait until Ayla comes back up to the top. There she is. Even with waiting for Ayla to come up to the top, it's still much faster than running from 3 fights. And then we're gonna... Ozzy's not there, but he is there, trigger-wise. So we're gonna do that. Slide past him. Warp again. Go through this room. Warp yet again. Let me make sure this order is proper. 2, 1, 3. No. Huh. I have this in a weird order. This might not work properly. Try it like this. No. I'm gonna... Ooh, that's bad. We'll try it again. The order of party members got mixed up somehow. Normally Magus would be at the top. Figuring out how to actually warp past these using coordinates that I used with a, oops, wrong party member. Using coordinates with a map viewer, a tool called Temporal Flux that shows all the maps of areas and stuff. Very useful. I would say who made it, but I don't know. Be that, actually.
It seems like the game is like really particular for this category as to the order of your party.
Yeah, that's very important.
Like, I didn't realize it was that important, but it really seems like a theme here.
Yeah, it's only for this category too, though. You know what? I'm just gonna play it safe. I'm just gonna walk up without warping. It's not that much slower. I don't want to sit here and do it again a third time. It's not much slower. And this slide just to skip past the traps, but more importantly, to grab a coordinate for later. And now, I don't have to, but yep, I knew that was gonna happen as soon as I went slow.
This looks interesting.
She'll get there eventually. It's actually a glitched A-list sprite.
Okay. It's like, hey guys, what are you using the stairs for?
All right, one more. Oh really? I thought I would hit right there. It'll hit eventually, probably. Oh no. There we go.
You're showing this one.
Yeah. All right. No, it attacked again. So fast.
Glitch, yeah, it's berserked actually. So
yeah.
Whenever it fills, it tries to attack. Well, yeah, you see how that's going.
That's having a hard time.
I think it's the next one. There we go. And now it does no damage too. It's kind of funny. Sometimes you'll load into the fight and it'll immediately revive the glitched Alo for no reason, even though they're already alive. Oh no. No! Epilepsy warning again. This doesn't normally happen. This normally only happens at the very entrance of the castle. I've never seen it happen on the stairs before. So this is losing a lot of time. I'm 100%, I'm 90% sure this won't soft lock at the end of this.
I like how you changed 100.
Yeah. I mean, it already soft locked once when I thought there was no way. Alright. Oof. Epilepsy warning is over. I don't think this would matter for people that have epilepsy. And the music is gone. I've never seen this happen. This has never happened before.
There's always got to be that one moment, you know, that this has never happened before.
This is pretty cool, though. I like this. I'm gonna make a clip of this, probably. Alright. You know what? That sucks. I opened my menu at one point just to clear out that white screen, so I don't have the warp that I wanted. So I'm gonna have to just go through this normally. Oh well.
No worries. Perhaps this would be a good time for me to mention to all of you that your subs, gift subs, Amazon Prime subs, and bits cheered here on the GDQ Twitch channel do help support our weekly hotfix content. So thank you so much for supporting our live shows, and information on all of our hotfix shows. I mean, you know, it's available at gamesdonequick.com/hotfix. So from there, you can find out more information about submitting your runs to any of our weekly shows. I think that this was a pretty cool one, so thank you for that.
Thank you. Yeah, so two of these fights in this hallway are unskippable. You have to fight them. Well, technically I could skip them, but it would be pretty slow because I'd have to scroll every time. This one right in the middle, for some reason, I'm pretty sure it has to do with the jugglers or something like that, or I don't know what the particulars are, but you can run away from the fight. They kind of forgot to make sure that that was unrunnable. Luckily I have Ice 2, so it's much faster than other categories would be. So I actually have a lot more experience and experience in tech points than I would normally have in a run like this. But it doesn't really matter because I don't really know what I would do to skip other fights later. I don't know what other fights that I would skip because I pretty much skip every fight that is possibly skippable in the run. Were you gonna say something, Magus?
No.
Oh. There is a small chance that I am on the right RNG minute, but I may or may not have an extra level that I normally wouldn't have, so I don't know if it would properly be there. No, it's more than... It's definitely not recognizable. I'm pretty sure Chrono is a level higher than it would normally be. And Ayla too. That would normally be a 227.
The RNG manipulation in this game is relatively particular actually about what you do in battle, and it's very hard to like fix getting off of RNG manipulation. These switch fights though, they are so simplistic that a lot of RNG possible outcomes run together here. So even if you make like some mistakes, you might still get lucky and get the right RNG here because it's just like overlap a lot.
Mm-hmm. And safety save just in case. Very confident that nothing will go wrong here, but you know, all the things that have already gone wrong.
You wouldn't lose against me, come on now.
I have you on my side too, though. And there's the other Magus. There's actually a useless glitch that I found on this fight that is kind of interesting. If you have a certain glitch party member, not either of the ones that I've been using for the run, but another item ID that I can't remember off the top of my head, upon finishing the fight, you'll be able to move around in the cutscene, and you can exit the room. And if you exit at a very precise moment, you can actually skip the cutscene going into 65 million BC and go straight there, but it loses a lot of time.
That is kind of funny though.
It takes forever to actually go out, all the way out the castle, and all the way around into end of time, into 65 million BC, and then get all the way to where you would be. very nice thing about this is that I actually have 3 of the 4 elements that that he can be vulnerable to. In other categories, you would normally have maybe 2 that you would be able to deal. Just did lightning, right? Yep. So it's very useful that I have 3 of them. I don't have Dark Bomb yet on Magus, though, to do the Shadow.
Yeah, the vanilla way to do Shadow is if you combine 2 magic attacks in this game to a dual attack, they are Shadow. That attack is Shadow Elemental. So in a normal playthrough, you could do. I guess you could only have Delta Storm, right? And Laser Spin. That's it.
And Antipode. And
yeah,
Rocket Roll.
But you can't use it. You can't use those. You can use Rocket Roll. That is true.
Can't use Antipode?
Yeah, not with Rocket in the party.
Huh. Oh, yeah, you're right.
There's normally, I mean, I know you are playing this differently, but normally, you can't just, like, you know, summon characters and all that stuff, you know? It's not possible.
Oh. Fight's over. This fight can be much faster if I were to summon Frog into the first party slot for this final fight. It could be very fast. I could actually 3-shot Magus. It can do over 2,000 damage and kill him before he even does his dropping his barrier or whatever it's called. Risks casting a spell, I think. So I'm gonna... This is normally a place where I would get up and go to the bathroom, but I'm feeling pretty good right now, so...
Okay, yeah.
This is one of the input breaks. It's about a minute long, I'd say. I don't know how long it is exactly, but it gives enough time to go to the bathroom if you need to. And unlike most text boxes in the game, these ones auto advance, and pressing A doesn't do anything. It doesn't make them go faster. I can't wait until we can get to Black Omen, and I can have people count how many fights I skip.
The question will be, will it be over 10?
I'm not gonna spoil that.
Okay.
If you hold down and mash A there, you can actually trigger you can sometimes trigger the bed again and sleep again. Doesn't do anything, but you can have the little jingle happen again.
That's what some people thought Chrono was doing at the beginning of the run, just sleeping. Just like oversleeping for the run.
It's kind of interesting that Ayla is in my party in the second slot, but she's also not, because she's all the way up there at the cutscene. So it doesn't actually do anything because I'm able to fade out this cutscene, and that's what we would normally do anyway, to trigger it and then leave. If I were to trigger it and not leave, then it would soft lock, but I don't need to do that. And now there's 2 fights in here that I need to run away from, and I don't need to do any fancy menu tricks for these ones. They just run away before I just run away before they actually do any attacks. I don't think I mentioned before though, if you're in like the tech menu when you are running away from an enemy, it still raises an invisible bar to completion that says that you're able to run away. So when you get out of that menu, when you cancel out of it, it automatically runs away. And it kind of, with the wait battle type, it lets you be unaffected by any enemies. They don't attack. They don't have any chances to attack. And you can just run away. And I've been using that a couple times, but I haven't been into that many fights. Wow. I just got both of those really fast. Those weird lineups that I just did a couple times were actually pixel perfect skips that I was doing to go past enemy triggers. And there are a couple little things that you do to make that work. I almost triggered that while having Ayla in the party, which would have soft locked.
Oh my goodness.
Or I'm pretty sure it does. Or maybe it's just that she gets locked into the party. I often can't remember exactly why I'm not supposed to have people in parties. I just have, like, notes saying, do not have this person in the party on my notes. You just leave Magus behind, but now he's up here too. Now we're going to the Tyranno Castle, which has a couple more skips, interesting ones. They're relatively minor though, compared to some of the other ones that I've done. Although it might look like it's pretty big, it's not as big as it seems, time-wise. This one skips having to go down to the side to get Kino. And let Kino open the door. So we just skip past the skull instead. There's another one where I'm gonna grab a coordinate right here. Try to avoid the fights also. And then warp up here. Then what am I gonna do? Ayla, so I'm going to get rid of Robo, I think. Wait a second. Oops. Glad I did that before I did that, otherwise I would have ruined the skip. Let's go into this transition before I do this. It's very useful that drawer transitions reset all the coordinate positions of all the party members, so I can use that to fix some sticky situations that I get into. It's also kind of interesting that sometimes the musical gets stuck on the end of time music when I'm in that, when I'm doing all my party transitions and stuff like that. Black Tyranno is not super flashy in the fight, but it is interesting to be able to, by having Magus and all these powerful weapons, able to skip past the barbecue entirely. The little countdown into AoE fire attack thing that we call barbecue.
Seems appropriate.
In all the other categories, you have to go through at least one, even on the glitch categories, because Black Tyranno just has so much HP. Ah. Unfortunately, I didn't skip the attack from Azala. Wasn't quite fast enough. When you're doing bufferless fights, a lot of times you time by using the ATB filling up, and that can be a little imprecise. And that's sort of pseudo manip, but I'm not on any sort of RNG that I know of, so I can do it without needing to rely on any crits or anything like that. And that's basically what I did going through this whole routing process, was try to route it to where I don't rely on any crits that I would normally have.
I mean, that seems like a good idea. Like, that seems kind of like the way to go. So you're not banking on it.
Theoretically, though, optimally, you would want to have everything routed out specifically to where if you don't fall off manip at all, you should get the exact same crits every time. And it would make it slightly more optimal.
Maybe time for like a new set of notes, I guess, if that was something you felt like doing.
Yeah, it's a little tough for this category though, because there's so many times where I have to like reload because because it's soft locked.
Yeah.
It is quite nice that Chrono has a much higher crit rate because of the rainbow equipped. Now I'll just hold X for the end. Should be about dead. Yeah, there he is. And here goes another cutscene. I think I was gonna say something, but I kind of forgot.
I was kind of thinking like this little guy looked like Yoda, but maybe that's is that just me? I don't know.
If he had the ears, then I'd say absolutely spot on. But I can kind of see it.
I think like the sprite was like tripping me out because like it looked like ears, but maybe that was just like hands or something.
I think you might be thinking of the shoulder pad things.
Oh yeah, okay, then that
It's
must
like,
be it. Yeah, they're like kind of flare out.
To me, when I was a kid, I always thought they were like the frill of a frilled dragon.
Oh, okay.
Kind of looks like that, but it's actually not. It's just clothing.
Oh, is he like kind of hunched over?
Laying on the ground. Like
Laying on the ground.
first.
Okay. I can
Right
see
now.
it now. Oh no.
F's in chat. Alright. We're gonna be doing a very, very big skip coming up in 12,000 BC. Basically, what the game wants you to do is, once you enter, go up to the floating island of Zeal, take care of a couple things there, charge your pendant, and talk to Shala, and go fight or fail at the golem, and then eventually make your way afterwards over and around to 2300 AD again, to the future, and get the Epoch. And then eventually, because of that, you're able to get back to 12,000 BC and go left over to the Beast Layer. I'm gonna say I don't want to do any of that, so I'm gonna go left straight away and skip getting the Epoch altogether, and skip charging the pendant and all that stuff. I'm gonna shelter, make sure I have everything proper. one of these is the right one. I think it's this one. I'm summoning Robo because I already have Mild in my party. Alright. Safe to save. And normally you're not able to go up here because it's blocked by these stairs being down, but I can just kind of slide past them. And now I'm in. That skipped the entirety of that sequence that I just described. And now I'm gonna do a couple more skips, even just through here, just as optimizations. Skip past 3 enemies, including 1 boss, right here. Just, excuse me, guy. His hitbox kind of disappears, I don't know.
It's like pretty
so
good.
I can just walk past him. And I'm gonna be fighting 2 of these rebels in order to get the proper tech points, in order to get Rock Throw? Yeah, Rock Throw for the dual tech Falcon Hit, which is used in, I think, literally every category because it's extremely overpowered and probably the most overpowered early tech that you can get in the game. Very, very useful. And I'm gonna grab that coordinate right there to do another warp. And I gotta make sure not to run into any of these fights. Otherwise, soft lock. Warp there. Put Robo back in the party. And then... hopefully that's far enough over. This one's kind of scary. I'm gonna do this just to make her go further. Let's get past that little plant fight, which I could run away from, but it's slower. And summon Chrono back, and trigger this fight. And it's very important for, not for this fight, but for Gigagaia, to have, if I have Magus in my party, he needs to be in the second slot, or else the fight won't trigger, and it'll just sit there. Again, another soft lock. If you haven't really been paying attention, there's a lot of soft lock potential in this category.
That would be an interesting number to guess, like how many potential soft locks are in this run.
I have no idea. There's so many.
It's like too many to count.
Yeah. Although Magus does do something pretty interesting when the Gigagaia fight happens. Once we actually trigger it, you'll be able to see. It's safe to save again, just in case. You might have noticed that I've skipped past pretty much every single item on the ground that I've seen, and that's because we created all the items that we need for the entire run. With the late game weapons and accessories and equipping the overpowered helms. There goes Magus. Bye. Now it's back.
It's just like, just kidding, guys.
I didn't really say it before because I was too busy explaining stuff, but at Dinodoro for Masamune, at that fight, when I triggered the fight, both Magus and Ayla floated up into the sky because the game expects, if they're there, that the boss is already dead, and you're able to just float out of the mountain the same way that you do at the end of the fight. But then they kind of just appear where they're supposed to be once the fight actually triggers. For this fight, I only do 2 Ice 2s, because Ice 2 is actually a lot slower than the amount of DPS that Falcon Hit can do. But I just need to do enough damage to the head to where he'll die from enough Falcon Hits before he revives the arms. Which will be this one and then one more. Should be. Oh, or just that one. I guess that was more damage than I expected. I wonder if it's just on the threshold of doing one less and I just had good RNG. I kind of want to do Ruby Knife Skip, but it's really dangerous and I don't want to do this fight again. I don't know.
I mean, it's your call as always, but whatever you think.
I'm thinking. It's kind of interesting. I'll do it. I don't think I'll fail it. If I do fail it, I'll just abort and try to save it and just talk to Melchior instead. I'll try to abort. It shouldn't soft lock me probably, but it might make us stuck in the wall. Basically, what happens is there's actually a barrier in front of the door that I'm trying to leave. It's just like an invisible wall, basically, that you're not normally able to get by. But if you slide glitch through it, there is 2 pixels where you're able to move. And if you're able to move in a door transition, then you can trigger it. So I'm trying to do that. And it saves, I think if you do it optimally, the best time that I got was about 10 seconds faster than just sitting through the cutscene. So it's actually pretty significant. And the ruby knife key item that you get from the cutscene doesn't actually do anything. It's just the story trigger that actually updates that you need. But it's already updated at this point right now.
Okay.
It's the same thing with the gate key, actually. The gate key item you don't actually need in order to open gates, the time portal things. But it's just the story trigger. In fact, I don't think I have the gate key in my inventory right now because of the way I skipped 680. All right. Except for C. Summon him into the first slot. There we go. I need to walk a bit. Oh, come on. That's way too far down. This was very slow, but I think I got it just fine. Yep. And now I can just... I'm going to summon Chrono right here. Back into this slot. And then swap Magus into the second slot. And I did it a little slow, so I probably broke even, but it still skips a lot of dialogue.
Well, we got to see the cool little shuffle.
Yep. And there's a little pixel pattern on Magus's pants that I use to line it up.
It's actually always funny hearing like what visuals, you know, runners use for these things. So thanks for sharing that one.
It's actually funny, when I was running in RPG Limit Break 2019, it was really kind of frustrating because the TV that I had was kind of blurry and I couldn't get the
Oh no.
the pixels properly. But I actually, for most of the run, I still got them just fine. So it was kind of lucky that I didn't really need clear pixels. But there's a skip at the end called Lavo Shell Skip that I had a little bit of trouble doing because of it.
So you run this on a very particular setup at home, like a TV that you can see everything perfectly well?
Yeah, I have a RetroTink 2X
Okay.
upscaler that plugs into component cables that I have on my SNES, and it scales to HDMI, and it has like a second output that I put on my my LCD monitor. So it's not like a CRT or anything, but
Okay,
it
yeah.
has very, very clear lines, and it doesn't have any noticeable latency because it's an LED, not LCD. Sorry,
Oh, yeah.
LCDs are quite a bit more lag. But I also have a really weird setup to where I have an audio splitter on top of that plugs into my computer so that I can hear both like Discord and game sound. And the game sound is like a millisecond behind, so that's a little bit weird when I'm playing, but
Aw.
it's not too big a deal.
Yeah.
I don't really do sound cues in this game too much. It's mostly visuals.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if you had to rely on any sound cues, but that's good.
Dalton's pretty much a pushover. Just 2 Falcon hits. In any category, it's just 2 Falcon hits and you kill him. Although, in any percent, we would already be going to Redinite and then Lavos afterwards. Using very precise manipulation so that you're able to actually beat Lavos. Because Lavos Shell is it's pretty rough. Do I have a summon for Luca right now? I don't. I'll just summon a second robot, doesn't matter. Alright, should be good. And I'm gonna save to make sure everything is lined up properly with all the coordinates, and then I'm going to do a small skip right here, but followed by maybe the biggest skip in the run.
Ooh, okay.
If you're familiar with this game at all, you'll probably know that the Ocean Palace is a really big dungeon with a lot of different like puzzles and stuff in it. There's a really weird exploit right here where the map is laid out in a way to where the end of the map is right here. On the same map as this door right here. So I'm like basically at the very end of the map already because of that. So I just skipped past many minutes of cutscenes and fights and stuff like that, including an elevator with unskippable fights. And we're right at the end, next to the Golem boss. Or Golem twins, I guess. Golem twin boss. Golem boss is another boss.
Is Golem boss truly a boss?
I mean, it has boss music. Alright. Notice that Magus doesn't actually show up. He's not initialized in the memory in this area, but for some reason in this room specifically, this is the only room in the entire dungeon where Magus is initialized in the memory, so I'm actually able to use him during the fight. It's very lucky, because this would be a very rough fight otherwise.
I wonder if that's because he pops in here in an ending, but as the prophet. But
Oh,
I don't,
yeah,
I wonder,
that makes sense.
I wonder if it's because of that.
It's very useful to have them here because if these bosses just continually they drop that bowling ball on you, and every time they do it, it halves your current HP, and it does a lot more damage than anything else that they can do to me right now because of my extreme resistance to magic. It does single-digit damage with its other attacks. So having an elemental attack mixed into that is very useful. And I would actually use Fire 2 here if it weren't for the fact that Fire 2 is a slow animation. The animation of their fire attack is much faster than their ice attack, but it doesn't actually matter in this case.
So when is Magus actually supposed to show up in the game? Like, it seems like you've been kind of using him
quite a bit later.
Okay, yeah.
We need to finish this fight, or yeah, basically we finish this fight. There's a big cutscene right after it, and then we do one more dungeon, which is the Blackbird, and then after that is when you get Magus normally.
Okay.
So we've had him the entire run because of shenanigans.
Shenanigans. If you do have time at some point, I think maybe explaining what 100% save corruption is would be good, because a couple of people have been asking again. Whenever you have time.
I meant to actually mention, you're probably wondering why I'm skipping like 90% of the game when it's called 100%. That's probably the biggest thing. 100% is defined in all of the categories as the same thing, and it's doing all of the side quests that the Guru of Time gives you at the end of the game. And that is, off the top of my head, the Green Dream, Masamune 2, Reviving Chrono, Wonder Shot, Yakra 13, some other stuff, Black Omen. There's like 2 more, I think, but it's yeah, Mother Brain. There we go. And it's basically doing all of those side quests, and it doesn't really take into account any of the other parts of the game. So that's why I can just skip 600 AD altogether in the beginning of the game, and it still be considered 100%. Hopefully that's probably what you were looking for in terms of definition. It's literally just whatever you want to do, plus do all those quests.
So hopefully that clarifies it for some of you watching. Thank you.
And we will be getting to those quests fairly soon, because after Blackbird is when all those side quests open up for us. Ominous music.
Yeah, it really is. It's like so tense.
By the way, if anyone knows where my namesake is from, let me know.
I do.
Hey, don't tell them. I don't actually have the chat open, so I should probably open that really quick just to see the answers.
I'm trying to look for like a cue of what might be the answer, but I'm not sure if I'll know it either.
I am now looking at the chat. I have seen the right answer multiple times, yeah. It's from an attack from Queen Zeal. There were lots of people guessing it properly. Oop,
so
probably
oh,
to the
yeah.
cutscene.
So for those of us who don't know, maybe you can explain it a bit more when you get time.
We'll see it later, at the end of the run.
Okay,
because
cool.
she is one of the last bosses.
Sounds like a plan.
It is not Love Live. It is not Snow Halation. I do know the reference, though. Alright, this cutscene is really long, and as soon as Shala stands up and starts talking or whatever, there's a cue for this that will indicate that I'm able to stop inputting stuff. And I'll get up, and then you can talk about whatever you want, because there's a pretty long input break here.
Okay, yeah. You're gonna take a little break.
Yep.
All right, sounds good.
And there it is. You're right back.
Okay, well, we'll see you shortly. I guess this would be a good time for me to mention to everyone, thank you all so much for being here, and to let you know that your subs, gift subs, Amazon Prime subs, and bits cheered here on the GDQ Twitch channel do help support our weekly Hotfix content. So thank you so much for supporting our live shows. Information on all of our Hotfix shows is available at gamesdonequick.com/hotfix. So from there, you can find out more information about submitting your runs to this show or any of our other weekly shows. Welcome back.
A little bit more mashing, and then we'll get into Blackbird. This cutscene right here, and then a little bit of talking before getting kidnapped. Spoilers.
I had kind of a question for you that someone brought up earlier in the chat about, you know, the PlayStation 5 and potentially remaking this game. Like, how would you feel about a remake for Chrono Trigger?
I mean, I want it if it's good.
If it's good, I guess that's the big deal breaker.
I'd really struggle to think they could really live up to the reputation of this game, but if they do, I'd be very happy.
I guess there had been some talk about Square Enix remaking a couple of games, and so this was one that had some speculation, and so I wondered, you know, what you thought about it, and chat, if you have any opinions, feel free to share.
I mean, no matter what, I definitely get it, because this is one of my favorite games ever. But
yeah.
I'd be a little hesitant to see if it was actually good. Oh yeah, I did explain at the beginning of the game, I did see it in chat, I did explain what save corruption is at the beginning of the game. Technically, what it's considered is the actual interruption of a save file being saved in order to corrupt the file. And once you load that file, that is a corrupted save. Yeah, basically. And we used that save corruption to duplicate helms in order to get 98 slots worth of those helms, which then overflows the equip screen so that we can do all these crazy glitches that I've been doing for the run. The actual corruption itself is that simple save interruption, though. This is just the result of that. So this Blackbird dungeon isn't really that particularly interesting because it's almost the same as vanilla. Well, not vanilla, but the other speedrun versions. Particularly, it's very similar to Glitchless because we just go straight to getting Ayla's stuff. And I didn't get a crit, so we're gonna get a lot of attacks on us.
I do have a random... Sorry, go ahead. I was just going to say, I have a random question from chat. Someone was wanting to know what headset you're wearing.
Oh, this is the PS5 headset.
Oh, there you go. Speaking of PS5.
It's really good. It's a little expensive, but it's good. What was I going to say? Oh, basically, just go get Ayla's items and get my items back so that I can actually use mid tonics for this fight. But it's just solo Ayla for this Dalton Plus fight. Because, and the big reason is because if you actually summon Chrono or Magus in this whole area, any part of this area, he doesn't show up, or neither of them show up. They're not initialized into the memory, same as the Ocean Palace thing. So you wouldn't actually be able to use them in the fights, and it would just, if you triggered a fight with them, it would just soft lock. So unfortunately we have to do it basically vanilla. Kind of a bummer. That's the golem boss, by the way. Has anyone asked how I've been able to read all of this Japanese?
A couple of people were wondering about the Japanese text, and I think it was just mentioned that it seems to be a little bit faster, but if you want to elaborate some more, can you read any of it?
Yeah, I can read the stuff that is important for the run, which is the 2 quote-unquote alphabets, but I can't read all of the dialogue. I don't know a lot of kanji. Yeah, hiragana and katakana.
Okay, cool.
But most of the run is just me memorizing all of what they are just by looking at them. If I mess up somewhere, I do need to look at them and read them to see what it is, but most of the time it's just memorizing.
Is a lot
so
of it
anyone could do it if they just memorize all the items and what you need to do.
Is a lot of it confirming at all, yes or no, or is it pretty much just items that you need to memorize the names of?
It is mostly items.
Okay.
And I mean, confirming is really easy because it's just a couple. Yeah. There's just a couple things, and just pressing down or up whenever you need to. Stuff like that. I'm gonna actually play this safe because I didn't heal before the fight. I'm gonna play it safe and use an extra mid tonic. But yeah, if you're worried about if you want to play the Japanese version for whatever reason, which there's only this category and true any % category without save corruption that use the Japanese version normally, and it's really not that difficult to just know which items you should be using and whatnot just by memorization English. But there's, for all the other categories in particular, there's really good documentation on which items you need to do in which order, and all the scripts are up on our wiki, and you can find all that stuff through the Discord that I mentioned earlier, which is discord.me/Johnny.
Could they also find this just on speedrun.com? Is it the same?
Yeah, that'll lead to Discord and everything else and all the
Okay, yeah.
other stuff.
In case you can't remember the thing, just check out the speedrun.com page.
Alright, and now that we're done with the Blackbird, we get to get Magus, even though we already had him. And then we get to do all the side quests. Which, some of them are very interesting. A couple of them aren't too crazy, but most of them have some skips that are only possible in this category. And it doesn't really matter too much, but just in case I go into the fight with Magus accidentally by pressing yes to fight him, I am gonna save. Although it will really just lose a bunch of time because I only have Ayla as my damaging party member. But I can just summon him back afterwards. It's not like I lose him forever. In other categories, it's actually like a run loss completely if you accidentally do that.
Ooh, I see.
Because he is by far the most powerful party member in any category. That is right, Ayla can attack without equipment on the Blackbird, but using that flint edge in the helm slot makes her much faster and makes her resistant to any of the magic damage that could have happened, which did happen at one point at the very end. So it's very important to still do that. No, don't want to fight. My favorite era is 12,000 BC because Zeal. What do you think my name is for? Almost done with cutscenes. There's a lot of cutscenes in this category compared to gameplay.
Well, this game in general is like pretty story heavy, yeah?
True.
So, I've heard it's such a great story too. Like, I haven't actually played Chrono Trigger myself, but I kind of think that I may after after this.
Yeah, it's a very good casual game. And with the Japanese version, you don't get much spoiler. Unless you can read it, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, here and there, but it's going too fast. I can't read anything.
Yeah. Alright, first side quest we're going is Giant's Claw. Get the Rainbow Shell. Going straight to 600 AD. And I'm not gonna bother summoning any of my powerful party members because I don't actually need them for this, because I'm not gonna fight a single enemy in this area. Do I have a party member? No, I do not. I have to summon him again. Yeah, I'll do that. I can just summon her afterwards. Trying to think of the most optimal plays. Off the top of my head is weird.
It's like adaptive strats.
Oh. That's soft lock.
Well.
Went too far over to the right.
It's been a while, so I mean.
Yeah, getting to be that time.
I can't wait until Black Omen. That's definitely my favorite part of the run. Alright. That's again. Should be far enough. Yep. I'm just gonna go up here to grab this coordinate really quick. And then go back here and warp. And that skipped most of the dungeon. Oh, we have 2 robos in our party. This one's not really that big of a skip because of the setup needed to do the warp. Now we're gonna do one more fade out glitch. This is one of the few fade outs that are done in the normal run, the non-save corruption run, that we still do in this run because it's just the fastest way to do it. And that just skips Rusturano completely. And that's that entire dungeon. Yeah, I probably could have, instead of using... Oops. I talked to the thing twice. I probably could have put a robo in my party instead of getting rid of, Ayla. But it's fine. Oh, fun fact about this spot. If you hold down a direction while you're transitioning that screen, I'm not actually holding a direction right now, it just automatically runs. It's kind of funny. Alright. And now, hopefully these guys get out of the way, good. I'm gonna make a safety save because I gotta do a warp, and if I mess it up, it soft locks. These guys are gonna talk to me again. That's fine. A little further. And this is to go to the North Ruins for the frog cutscene. Or frog side quest, if you want to call it that. And I think I've mentioned it a couple times, but if I were to save outside of here, for example, it would get rid of the coordinate that I needed for it. Hopefully I have frog in here, yep, good. And that skips past having to go through the carpenter and getting all of that and going from 680 to 1080 and back and getting him to fix the floors and killing all of the enemies on the floor and everything. It skips quite a bit. And there is a way to actually skip both of those enemies on the way out, but it's very tricky and very easy to mess up, so I'm just gonna fight them because it's not that much slower. It is actually a little tricky just to get out of the room because it's such a small, it's a very small window of being able to move after you exit the door. And most of the time for slide glitches, you need quite a bit of distance to actually make the slide work and go a significant distance. But I use a little bit of trickery with the party movement to make it work.
This was kind of a bop.
Yep. Frog's theme is one of the good ones. There's every single song in this game is really good though. Alright, time for that trickery. Gonna walk up just a little bit. Not far enough to go in the door though, hopefully. Then run down. Then what is the order? 2. That. Down. 3. 2. Then down like that. Alright. We got out. Now I can put Magus in here, and it doesn't really matter what the other two are. And this is one of the opportunities where I actually should be using fire because... Well, actually, I don't know if they're immune or resistant to lightning. I haven't really tried, but I know they're weak to fire. They absorb ice, for sure, so I'm not using that. This is one of the very few times when using fire is important, though. Otherwise, I just use ice to be faster. Get rid of my stuff. There. That's one of the opportunities where I have to actually read the item because I like lose it in my inventory to read the mid-ether. A lot of the items actually have names that look very similar, just at a glance. Alright, that quest is done. Next up is, we're gonna go to the end of time. And get a very important item, which normally at this time you would have to go do a whole different thing, going and beating up Gato like 3 times, and then going and going to Beckler's lab or whatever it's called, and getting a chrono clone. But we actually created the chrono clone earlier as a key item when we were doing all our item creation way back at the beginning of the game. And that allows us to just go straight to end of time and get the chrono trigger right here, the egg. And just skip past all of that. Very useful. Alright, now we go to 2380. And all these, the order of the side quests don't matter, except just completing them in an order that makes it most optimal. So it doesn't really make sense that I'm like, I just got the chrono trigger. Shouldn't I be going to revive Chrono? Well, this is a little bit faster. Just go to Genodome right now. So I need a Robo in my party. And I'm gonna save. Safety save. And then I'm gonna get rid of Robo. Oh, I can just use this. I don't think I have an Ayla in my party right now, so we'll do that. And I think I'll get rid of Marl too, for Chrono. And a really interesting thing about this is, because we've already gone through the Chrono death sequence, he's not locked to the first party slot, even though I haven't revived him yet. so I can actually move him around freely now, which is very useful for later. Wrong person, there we go. These are the enemies that I was mentioning earlier that won't die from an Ice 2. And actually, as far as I'm aware, I haven't timed it like frame by frame, but it feels like it at least. I'm pretty sure Dark Bomb is a faster animation than Ice 2. But it's definitely faster than Lightning. So I use Dark Bomb for these first two, because that targets the two of them just fine. But once it gets to these bigger fights with more enemies in it, I actually have to switch to Lightning, so that it'll actually kill them. All in one hit. And it got rid of my... I used all of my MP. If people in the chat are familiar with this dungeon, they'll probably know that it's actually really long, complicated, a lot of backtracking and finding passwords and secret spots. I'm not gonna do any of that. I'm actually just gonna warp straight to the boss without doing any puzzles whatsoever. And in fact, these fights are unskippable, but all the other fights in the dungeon, including one of the fights which is a boss fight, I'm going to be also skipping with this trick. Hopefully that's far enough up. Yep, all good. And now eventually Magus will make his way over here. He'll run up right when Mother Brain shows up. There we go.
Whoa, she looks cool.
Yeah. This is also Super Metroid. Super Metroid run now. Ooh, Ayla's low on HP. I'm gonna heal her. Now in these very late game bosses, it is actually possible for my party to die. Although this boss does I think entirely magical damage, but even so, it does in the double digits now, enough to where if she was still at 50 hit points, she probably would have died. Alright, now that she's done healing. Now that she's done healing. Oh god. Okay, that's fine. This is not normal, but it's fine. Not really in any danger, it's just slow. Having to heal Ayla at the start kind of threw everything for a loop and caused her to get a bunch of stuff off. When normally we would kill the screens immediately. Alright. Should be good now.
Yeah, GG.
And it's kind of interesting. Again, this is one of those cutscenes where Robo doesn't need to be in the party, or whatever important party member doesn't actually need to be in there, and it'll still do everything just fine. I'm gonna shelter this time. And then I'm gonna actually reload for our first important manipulation, RNG manipulation of the run. And the reloading sets us up on a RNG pattern that actually is known based on the amount of time you sit on the loading screen. And I did it very quickly, so it's gonna be what we call a bright load. And I'll know which target to hit every time. And this fight is very annoying otherwise. There are strats to do this fairly quickly with no manipulation, but I don't really have Luca in a place where she would be. Luca is pretty much the person that would be in the party for that, and it's useful, but she would pretty much die in one hit because she's at level like 2 or 3 at this point. And you need to hit the correct target 10 times, and then afterwards it'll start to say some weird thing, Son of Sun is losing its power or something like that. And then it'll go out. I'm on 9 right there. And 10. Now I can just sit here and wait for it to die. Yeah, this is much easier when you know how to manipulate. It'll do a laser, but it's already dead. This is one of the only side quests that don't have skips in them that are specific to this category, because there's not really anything to skip. There's not much to it other than fight this boss and then do the re-energizing thing. Oops, wrong way. Yeah, losing its fire, I think. I think you're right. And it just so happens that we're right next to this place, so we give the jerky for free. Tada de ageru. And then we go over to the Sunkeep. Oh. Gotta go to 65 million BC for that. For getting stuff.
So when you say that, it's like, is there a lot of time, I guess, warping, like in the game time itself? Like,
yes.
okay.
You mean like...
Like you're always mentioning like a date BC, so I'm like wondering.
Yes,
okay.
This is a time travel game.
Okay, okay.
Basically, the entire game, you're going through different time periods, fixing the weird stuff that happens by those time gates existing.
Okay.
And now that once we got the Epoch, that flying machine thing, we're able to go to any point at will, on any point of the planet too. So I can just go at the same spot, like at that Sunkeep. I can go straight to 1000 AD at the same spot.
Okay, forgive my ignorance.
No, you're good. Right now we're just cleaning up this quest by finishing up all the little errands that we have to do to finish charging up the Sunstone. And then we'll go to the end and pick it up to be used. Yeah, I was just making a mistake. I was supposed to go to 65 million BC immediately after getting that, or giving the jerky. And Luca in the party. There isn't a leaderboard for this category because I'm literally the only person to have ever run this category. So I guess you could technically say that it's mine, but I don't think it would be really a world record. The barrier to entry of this category is sitting around for probably 10 plus hours trying to reset your console to get the duplications, because when you're first doing it for the first time, it takes a long time. Once you get the hang of it, you can start to do it in quicker succession, but at first it's pretty slow going.
Do you find that you don't have quite as much time for speedruns nowadays as maybe you used to?
I have time, but it's just, for me, it's hard to get the motivation to stream, and the only time I speedrun is when I stream.
I gotcha.
That's pretty much my thing with that. Let me do that again. Alright, now we're doing Redonite. We're gonna skip past this first enemy, which is the only normally unskippable fight in the dungeon, other than boss. And then we're gonna do another fade out glitch right here to trigger the boss. Unfortunately, I still, even in this category, haven't figured out a way to skip Redonite. But it skips the little transition at the start of it. Oh, we got a good position for this category, because we want to just leave as soon as we finish the boss. We don't want to get any of the items in here. We don't care about them. And for this boss, luckily we're able to do Falcon hit on the legs only and not hit the core, because if you kill the core before you kill the other two parts, they start to like berserk and do a bunch of attacks that are in very quick succession. They're not really dangerous to us right now, but it loses tons of time because it's just non-stop, particularly the head, like laser light show. This is Redonite. We have not seen Zombor, and we will not see Zombor in this run. Hopefully this kills. Should be fine even if it doesn't, but should kill both. Oh, it did not. There we go. It's very close. It's actually kind of crazy how often he attacks, even just the head. I'm gonna grab that elixir for the elixir glitches that we'll be doing 4 of them over the course of the run. Gonna get rid of Robo here. I'll grab those just in case, because I did use 2 of them, 2 mid tonics. then we're gonna do the Green Dream quest, or finish the Green Dream quest, I guess. Unfortunately, there's not really any tutorials or anything. There is a small tutorial on how to initially get the helm duplications, but there hasn't really been any interest in people learning it, so we haven't like written up an actual full-on tutorial for the run or anything like that. If you were to like come into the Discord and like ask me how to run it, I'd help you, but it would be kind of difficult, probably.
Do you share your notes with anyone?
Yeah, I would share them with.
Oh, I
I'd
gotcha.
put them in the Discord or anything, but no one's asked yet.
Yeah.
Yes, we do save Lara because it's faster. Otherwise, we wouldn't. Because speed. I have a YouTube channel, but you'll find most of my you'll find the runs on my Twitch channel. I don't really upload much on YouTube. And my Twitch channel, I'm pretty sure they have it's Halation1. It's in the title. But I don't really stream much lately, so. Yeah, the code is exactly the same. It's LARA. Oh, wrong way. Keeper's Dome. Going to 2300 AD again. And now we're going to Death Peak. But first, we have to get the Epoch. Because we definitely don't have that right now. A very strange thing happens in this run in regards to the Epoch. Because we skipped the entire sequence of going to the Zeal Palace the first time and coming back here to get the Epoch in the first place, we actually have to go through this these text boxes and everything and actually go through getting the Epoch even though we already have it on the outside of the building already. Luckily, and when I was actually first routing this, I was a little worried because when I saw that I had to do this, I thought it was gonna like be game over for the category because I thought it was just gonna put the story trigger back to when I would be here the first time. But luckily, some interesting stuff happens at the end of it that kind of writes itself. So all you have to do is just go through all the text boxes and then everything's fine, as if nothing happened. Time travel shenanigans actually happening like properly, like paradoxes happening in the run. No. And we just show up here instead of going to 12,000 BC, so that kind of just fixed itself. And we just go in again. And now we can send up the clones, or the little dolls. Up to the mountain and go up to Death Peak. So it's kind of interesting. One of my favorite happenstance things to happen during routing.
I think that's a good reminder for everyone to make sure you're hydrated.
Alright, now Death Peak. I don't need that. Alright, save to save. Death Peak. Ideally, I don't encounter an enemy in this place. Although it's kind of difficult, the first two enemies to skip are really finicky. The first one is just a small window, pixel window to actually run past them. The second one is kind of RNG, just based on how they're moving. This one right here is just movement. This one right here is kind of RNG. And I actually got the skip because they didn't move. Now's the hard part. Alright, that looks good. Next one is also hard. Probably harder, actually. That looks good. Hope it's good. Alright. And that's Death Peak. That's the whole thing. Now we're at the top.
Nice.
That's a pretty sizable skip. And actually, it would be even faster if I were to just warp straight. There's actually a coordinate that I could grab somewhere else to where I could just warp straight to the top without having to do that roundabout thing. The problem is the door trigger at the top of the mountain only triggers once you go through that right door that I triggered the first time. So I had to do that first. And that's just the fastest way that I figured out how to do that. Yes, all of these glitches are only usable with save corruption. And I skipped 2 bosses. One of them actually is... So there's 3 lava spawns on Death Peak that you would normally have to fight. But actually one of them is programmed in such a way that you can just run away from it. So that's interesting. The other 2 I just don't encounter in the first place, so just kind of walk past them. Yeah, go back and watch the VOD if you missed that, because that was really fast. Cruising through these cutscenes, or not cutscenes, side quests. We've got, now that we're done with Death Peak, we've got 2 more to go, other than Black Omen, so.
Looks
We got
like,
Ozzy's Fort. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, it looks like Christmas here on Death's Peak. Nobody's happy.
They're happy he's back. Except he was already with us the whole time because I just summoned him. But yeah, we got Ozzy's Fort coming up next. bucket. $680. Yeah, sorry we didn't have anyone hug Chrono because that's slow. You can actually have either Marl or Luca hug Chrono during that cutscene by having them in the party. And that's usually an incentive for anyone who doesn't know. Incentive at marathons and stuff, but there's no incentives here. Interesting thing about this area is most of the triggers in this area are fade-outable. So we can skip past 2 bosses, a cutscene, and 2 more cutscenes. We do have to fight 1 boss though. Sag. Alright. It's very important that I put Marl and Luca in the party for this. To make their HP go to 1. And that's useful for a glitch coming up soon. And I'm gonna wing it. And I'm gonna keep Magus at 1 HP. Oop. Oh, that's fine. We'll just revive him. We'll do this first, just to get them off the screen. And then we'll revive Magus, because Ozzy on his own does basically nothing. In the water. And dark bombs. Not too difficult, but it can be a little iffy. Like I said, these endgame bosses do a lot of physical damage, and we have very little physical resistances compared to what we would have in another run, even. Now we can fade out both of these cutscenes, and that'll be the end of this Ozzy Castle, Ozzy Fort thing. I'll enter just in case. As long as you see the trapdoor open, then we did it. And the last one before Black Omen is the October 13th. Now we just gotta go over to the castle. Oop. Gotta go to 1080 first. Luca, Marl, Magus. In that order. Save. And then I'm going to do a reload using a GIF that I have set up to time it.
Oh my gosh.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's used more in other categories, but this is the one that I use that actually has to be timed like that. Otherwise it's just using like feeling, like for the bright load and the double bright load, you just use feeling basically.
I gotcha.
That's not good. I don't have that, right? Oh, I do have them in here. Never mind. We're good. I don't need to do that. This is really weird that we have a scrolling screen right here when there's only supposed to be 7 characters. But they just keep that in there, so it actually helps me out a lot in this category to have that.
That's nice, yeah.
Because otherwise it would just delete that character out of the party.
We wouldn't want that, would we?
Do I have my notes wrong? Or I haven't really paid attention to this too much. I didn't do this during my practice in this way. Hopefully it doesn't soft lock. Oh, it doesn't.
Good to know. Add that to the notes.
And I'll do a warp there. And this actually skips pretty major stuff. It skips the first entrance into the trial room and having to try to re-enter it and all that stuff and a bunch of dialogue. And it actually allows us to basically teleport back to the trial room in a different way than we would normally. Although in the 100% glitch non-save corruption, you would also do it in a similar way, but without warping. This is definitely significantly faster than that way. And the side effect is the music goes back to this normal music again, instead of the Monka Shake music.
That's one way to put it.
I need to equip some stuff to Magus. First of all, this other weapon helm and the Green Dream. The other weapon helm just increases his physical resistance by a crap ton. And the Green Dream allows us to do Elixir Glitch, which is a really prolific glitch, very important. I actually am expecting it not to work here because the setup for this is more useful, or I developed it on emulator and it is very awkward on console because it has slightly different timing with no delay. I don't expect it to work, so I'll probably just end up holding X to attack with Magus, but if it works, then that would be great. First, then Luca, hopefully. It was not Luca, so it probably won't work even before that, but we'll see. he didn't even die, so we're just gonna elixir and attack. Oh! He did die that time. Nope. Alright, well, we're just attacking now. Basically what happens, and you'll see it later in the run too, what happens is the menu gets into a strange glitch state where you're able to target enemies with items, and what you do is you target the boss with an elixir, which heals it by its HP amount, which in the case of bosses with extremely high HP amounts, like Yakra the 13th and the final bosses and stuff, they have enough HP to where it overflows and goes into the negatives and kills it instantly.
That's like pretty epic, actually.
Yeah, and there's 3 more times that I'll do that in this run. Oh, actually 4 more times, technically. I always forget about Man Machine. So yeah, basically, now we're just waiting until he dies, because an interesting thing about Magus is, with his weapon that he has equipped right now, if his party members are down, he actually does much more damage with his auto attacks. So he can do 2,000 damage with a crit, which is pretty nice. Glitchless uses this strat on Yakra the 13th and on Rust Tyranno, actually. And they have Magus get hasted and then have the other 2 party members go down, and then just let a berserked Magus go to town for a couple minutes. It's very fast. Unfortunately, this is a little slow because I have the physical resistance helm on, so he's not at max speed like he would be with the Flint Edge helm. So his ATB fills up pretty slowly comparatively. Should be close though. I'm not getting very many crits. There we go. I would do the haste strat on this, but Marl has, like... Actually, I'm not even sure if she has... Oh, she has magic. She does. But she probably doesn't have anything other than ice right now. I haven't actually checked my lower level party members' levels during runs like this. I wonder what they are.
Might be interesting to know.
Like, I haven't used Frog in a single fight. I wonder what his level is.
I imagine, like, even if you're not using a party member, maybe the ones that are not used in the fights do get some HP, or sorry, some experience points as well?
They do. They get half.
Okay, half.
And Melchior's gonna show up, but it's actually not necessary for the quest to be considered completed to talk to him and get the items. And we already have the items that we need from him, which is the Prism Specs and the Rainbow Sword. So we're actually just gonna leave, and we're gonna go to Black Omen, which is the final dungeon of the game. We're getting there.
Yeah, we're making it.
We're almost there. And this is, like I said, my favorite part of the run. Hopefully you'll see why. Tons of skips in quick succession. I just saved, yes. Alright. And for anyone in chat, either try to count which fights or how many fights we skip, but it's probably too hard, so try to count the fights that we actually fight. Alright. I'm just waiting for this guy to close his eye when I come out here. But I'm getting really unlucky. There we go. And by the way, running away from a fight does not count as fighting it.
It's a flea.
So this one would count as skipping in my terms right now. Equip a couple things to Magus now to get him back into his fighting order. Some specs. Alright. Now for the RNG elevators. Hope for nothing. Nope, we gotta fight. Alright, that's one fight. This is another one where I use fire, because they're immune to like everything else. This is probably the most frustrating part of any of the 100% runs, any of the categories, is that these elevators, there's 2 elevators in the Black Omen, and each one of the elevators has a chance of either giving 0 fights, 1 fight, 2 fight, or 3 fights. And that can be kind of annoying.
Yeah, it seems like it would drastically change the amount of time that this takes depending on your RNG.
Yeah. And I'm running around right now around a bunch of fight triggers, that's why I'm like slowing down and whatnot. There's a lot of fight triggers in this dungeon. And I'm gonna make a safety save here, because this is basically, not really the halfway point, but pretty far into the dungeon already. Here's a pretty big one. Skipping past this little crevice right here. Skips a big portion of running around. And this is another just small optimization. Instead of walking around a few enemies. Oop. Wrong button. Just walking past that wall instead. I probably won't trigger it, but I'm gonna save anyway. Another one. And second elevator. Let's see if we get another fight. Yep, there's another fight. And it's the same guys. These are the slowest ones because I can't just one-shot them.
Oh.
I actually have to fight them twice. They're not lined up in a way that I can use Falcon Hit or anything. So I have to use an AoE magic spell like this. And the magic from Chrono right now is quite weak, so it wouldn't really add anything to the fight. Hopefully we don't get a second fight. I know I just jinxed myself though. Even if it was just one per, it would still be a pretty... That's a pretty good set of fights though, considering how much worse it could have been. We're gonna do the same coordinate thing right here. Do another warp. Oops. Grab a coordinate right there. Another skip. And this is kind of funny. I'm behind a sprite right now, so it kind of looks like I'm invisible.
Yeah.
And I just skipped past him.
Kind of wacky.
And here's another unskippable fight, unfortunately. It is possible to use a slide glitch to get past where he is right now, but the problem is with this fight that his trigger is set in such a way that any person above a certain coordinate, even if it's not just a line, it's anything above a certain coordinate will trigger the fight. So I would have to have a coordinate that warps me directly to the door trigger, and there's none really. So for this fight, I basically just attack the head because that's the fastest way to do it without triggering a spine attack. Now, one of these is okay. Two of those spine attacks is even okay, because if Chrono and Ayla die, again, Magus will be much stronger because of it. If he does a third one, Magus will also die. It's fine if both Chrono and Ayla die, and it's actually probably ideal for Chrono to die specifically. But it just gets a little bit dangerous once they're real low. There goes Ayla. Now it starts to be in Danger City, but luckily I had them up long enough to where we killed it pretty fast. That was good. Like I said before, it is quite dangerous late game, even though we are pretty overpowered. The enemies that do physical damage are very strong compared to us right now, because of how many fights we've skipped throughout the entire game. So, now we're on to... Oh, I didn't really need to do that. We're on to... a very difficult part of the run. This is another one of the elixir glitches. Two of the elixir glitches, actually. I need to put Green Dream on Frog. I can make this back in here. He's set up. Things set up here. I believe we're good. Now we need to do another RNG manipulation. I'm gonna mash. And ideally, you don't want to see any screen pop up when you're doing that. Oh, I think this is wrong, actually. I didn't have things at the right spot. Yeah, we're in the wrong order. Wrong party order. Needs to be Ayla, Magus Chrono. There we go. Now we're good. The party order does matter for RNG manipulation in most cases. There are some cases where it doesn't really matter which party member gets damaged, and in that case it doesn't really affect the RNG values, but a lot of times it does matter which party member gets damaged. And it's Queen Zeal. And that's my name.
We found it.
So I have a script set right to the right of my screen that says all of the actions, including the boss actions, that'll happen. And I know which targets will be targeted for every attack and everything, so that I can make sure I have the right RNG value going into Mammo Machine and Zeal 2. In order to actually be able to do the elixir glitches, which are RNG dependent. Dark Bomb should kill. And we get a Mega Elixir, which is sort of useful, but not really that crazy for this run. It's very, very important to have as many Mega Elixirs as possible in glitchless, though. Oh, and I just messed it up because I was busy talking. So it's very important to, at the end of this fight, this first fight, do a little glitch called a menu glitch, where you open the party change menu, and you can change out party members in between screen transitions. And I need to put Frog in the party. Because if I don't have Frog, I can't do elixir glitches. And yes, it is much, much faster to reset and do this fight again. Even now, when I just did that. If I were to just continue doing this, I'm not even totally convinced that I would be able to beat Zeal 2. But I might.
Well, what's the ratio of think you will to think you won't?
I would say like 50-50, honestly. There's a good chance.
I don't know. It's possible.
But not only is it much harder, but it's also much more time lost.
Yeah, that's fair.
Than just resetting. You'll see why it's so much faster once I actually do the elixir glitches. Some RNG manips are pretty easy to keep track of, but a lot of them have really repetitive inputs that you do, and so on the script it looks like do the same thing and then the same thing and the same thing, and sometimes you get mixed up between which one you're on and how many times you've done it. So it can be a little bit weird. This one is one of those where sometimes I'm like, did I do that action already?
It's like you gotta keep like a little check marks boxes
Yeah.
like next to you, like little cross offs.
There we go. We got the menu glitch. Put Frog in the party. Now I sit here for a minute.
Frog's like, finally, my moment.
And I'm already set on Elixir Good. So yeah, that's how that works.
Nice.
That's a boss.
That happened.
Yeah, that's a completely normal gameplay behavior. Now these Elixir glitches are already in like all of the categories, except for glitchless. Obviously. It even has glitch in the name. But it's a lot of the other stuff that's only in this category. Yeah, we're gonna do that again right here. But the setup for it is a little bit more precise. There's a chance I mess it up. I probably won't, but you know, I could. On battle speed 1, it can be a little tricky. The fastest battle speed. Attack. Laser. Heaven's Gate on Ayla. In which case I will do a frog attack to set up his ATB in a certain place. Heaven's Gate again, and then Elixir Glitch. Very normal sprite behavior. And that's Zeal. Thank you. It's a little bit faster than you might be remembering from your childhood. And just to reiterate what actually happens, I think someone already answered it in chat, but basically, whenever a character dies and has the green gem equipped, they get revived, and in certain situations, that can lead to a glitched menu situation where if you open your item menu, you can actually target it's sort of like you store the item and then you release it when you attack the enemy, and it treats it as if you use that item on the enemy. And in the case of using an elixir, it can overflow, it can make the HP of that enemy high enough to where it overflows and goes negative and kills it instantly. Alright, now we're right at the end. Last boss, sort of. Boss rush. Now, unfortunately, if you do the Black Omen, there's not really a way to do Lavo Shell skip, so we're doing Lavo Shell. It's a little long, but it's not too bad when we're this strong. And we have certain tricks to make it more safe for oh good, it picked Magus. We have a few tricks to make it safer for the final shell. Get him all up to 200 just so they don't die in one hit. Dark Bomb. Should die in 2 Dark Bombs here.
And this boss is kind of a porcupine?
Oh, it's a tick.
Oh gosh.
That's the idea, at least.
Oh, that's terrifying.
Yeah.
Way
It's a
scarier.
giant space tick.
Goodness.
It's like it's supposed to be like a parasite on the planet, so that's why they chose tick.
That's fair. Still scary.
Yeah. Yeah, I did like almost none of these bosses that it's showing me. Aw, I chose Chrono. Now I'm gonna have to heal his EP or MP. I did fight that one. Where is it? High ether. Shotgun hit plus dark bomb. And because of the because of reloading for the Zeal Manip for the 2 elixir glitches, I am actually on an RNG manipulation route right now. I haven't dropped it yet. So I do have a script of what's going to happen currently. Although it wouldn't really make much of a difference for these early bosses. Lightning. Oh, that was the wrong one. It shouldn't matter for the minute. Falcon and Dark Bomb. Dark Bomb should kill Nizbel. And then do another high ether on Magus because he's sitting very low. Should be ice. It was not ice. Interesting. Well, we're off from them, but that doesn't really matter too much. We do have all 4 elements for this fight now, though, so we don't have to worry about any of them being unreachable. Oh. I don't know why I attacked with Chrono. Because he's supposed to be in his next phase already. That's why, I think. Oh well. A little slow, but it's fine. Maybe lightning again. I don't know if it'll be worth it, but... Oh yeah, it was. Yeah, I do like how the little mouth pops over to actually do the spells. Should be good to just go straight into the fight. Yep. Even with a crit, it didn't down Azala. That should. Maybe not. There we go. And Falcon hits. Getting close to the end of the boss rush. There's this Black Tyranno plus Giga Gaia, and then the final shell. My second one to Falcon hit. Black Tyranno has a lot of HP. There we go. Now, just for sake of getting the MP back up, really the HP doesn't really matter for this fight, but for getting MP back, I'm gonna use a Mega Elixir. See, the magic damage is literally 1 and 2. So this guy is really not a threat at all. But Final Shell is very much a threat. There's that. Screen. And to make sure that Magus doesn't die, I'm actually going to swap these and go back and equip that Star Sword helm again to make him have much higher physical resistance again for this fight. And we're actually going to equip a very weak armor piece for Ayla so that she's actually able to die during this fight so that Magus can get much stronger. It didn't actually kill Ayla in one hit, interesting. That should though. It might not, but I think it should. Oh, it didn't. Oh, nice. Got hit on Magus so that he is not confused anymore. I wish Ayla would die. That sounds bad, but just for this fight. There we go. Now it should be much faster. See, 2970, lots of damage. This is very 2 crits in a row. Wow.
Nice.
That's not super likely in this game. There's not like crit upping accessories or anything like that in this game. Well, is there? Maybe there's one. I don't know.
Yeah, that
We
would
don't
be
use them though.
surprising, I guess, if there weren't. But hey, anything's possible.
And we're right at the end. And I wish I could say that the final bosses were epic. They're not particularly. You notice that I'm putting a frog in the party again. Probably know why. Hopefully you know why. After seeing what happened to Zeal. But it is interesting. Oh, I am not going to do this at Battle Speed 1. This one is much harder. Yeah, we'll do 2. It's basically, I want to say it's 3 frames, and the frames are very awkward to actually do the Lavos Core elixir glitch with Battle Speed 1, but Battle Speed 2 it's significantly easier. Actually might not be on the correct load. It might be. Oh yeah, we're good. This first one, I felt like Frog's ATB was a little low. Yeah, no estimate, whatever. There were some interesting things that happened early on in the run that kind of lost a really big amount of time. But I'm actually kind of glad one of them happened, that in Magus Castle during the stairs. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, that one was pretty funny.
Yeah, sorry about the music though. World Revolution is pretty good, but I had to end it pretty quick. A little tricky. Hopefully we get it properly. One's trickier than the other one. A little bit more precise. And time.
GG.
Oh, that's not that bad. Could have been worse.
We had a couple of hiccups here and there, but I think it was a very well done run, and especially, you know, with something like 100% save corruption, no one else is doing this, so, you know, props to you, Elation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for asking me to do this. It was a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I think it went pretty well. I was nervous about the commentary, but I think I did okay.
Yeah, I think that you're very knowledgeable about this game, and again, as Halation mentioned earlier, if you are interested in running Chrono Trigger in this category or any other categories, I've been told they're very friendly in the Discord, and if time permitting, I'm sure Halation would give you some pointers as well.
For sure.
But do you have any other shout-outs or comments that you'd like to mention?
Well, for one, Magus for being here as commentary. Even though for the most part for the save corruption aspects of it, having him here really made me a lot less nervous. So thank you a lot.
That's excellent.
No problem.
And also, again, shout out to El Gran Jerry for his tutorial. I always have to shout him out whenever I'm on anything because he has the best no LSS tutorial. Shout outs to Bon and Kyoto Saga UOA on Twitter for doing the routing for any percent glitch or any percent save corruption, which really helped out initialize all the stuff that I needed to do for this run. And I think that's it for this.
Nice. Well, we had a lot of positive comments in the chat today, so I appreciate everyone for your positivity. Lots of Chrono Trigger fans, I can tell. So if you did enjoy this run, please make sure you follow our runner at twitch.tv/Halation1, as well as commentary for today, and that was El Magus here on Twitch. Don't forget that tomorrow we have the Bargain Bin, followed by Speedruns from the Crypt, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern, and we hope you'll tune in for that. But for us, this has been another episode of Time Capsule, and I have been your host, Smooth Operative. Thank you so much for watching. Please take care of yourselves and each other. We will see you next time.
Thank you.